Chapter 1188, Shallow Beach. Shallow Beach was surrounded with blue skies and white clouds as well as a green sea laden with underwater shoals. Occasionally, some peaks would be exposed on the surface of the water. One side was a cliff while the other was a beach with white sand wetted by the undulating waves. There were also seabirds flying in the air while fishes leaped out of the water. It was a peaceful and beautiful scene. The truth was that the beach was not actually quiet. This was only on the surface of the sea. The undersea was where it was lively. Mountains ran next to chasms while seaweed swayed to the current among the forests of coral. Some sea trees towered from down below as well. The name, Shallow Beach, didn't mean that it was a shallow sea. It was because this place was close to the surface, hence the name. Pavilions and palaces were built below the beach, coming together to form an underwater city. Streets and bridges led to all the corners of the city. It was very prosperous and busy, a beautiful world under the sea. The structures were immersed in water. Some expelled water and formed their own space just like the mainland. People came and went to Shallow Beach. Some rode seahorses straight through the water without being stained at all while others rode their silent shuttles with great speed. Those who were part of the sea rode gigantic whales and glided through the water without losing their elegance. Among the crowd were elegant charming spirits, treants with oppressive wood affinities, and many bizarre sea demons. Some walked through the city completely unstained by the water so they looked quite graceful. Some avoided the sea and chose passages with invisible walls that pushed the water out. Others were completely soaked by the water and some sea demons maintained their demonic form to move even quicker. This beach was a property of the Void Imperfection 3 schools. To be more exact, it was part of the Void Imperfection school. Because of this, the city was very peaceful, sea demons and treants wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. The Void Imperfection 3 schools weren't only famous in the Jade Sea, they were even renowned across the entire heaven spirit world. They were monsters that could cause a huge flood with one stomp. The Void Imperfection school was created by Immortal Emperor Wu Go. In future generations, it was divided into 3 different schools, the Void Imperfection School, the Evil Devourer School, and the Sacred Spring School. Even though it was divided into 3 separate schools, it was still a singular heritage. More often than not, they still communicated with outsiders as one sect. This was the lineage with the greatest amount of immortal physiques. Someone once said that in terms of having the most immortal physiques, there was no sect but the Void Imperfection 3 schools, even when taking into account all of the 9 worlds. The progenitor of the school was Immortal Emperor Wu Go. Not only was he an emperor, he had also cultivated the Void Imperfection physique to grand completion. Later on, they had another 2 grand completion immortal physiques. These 2 didn't cultivate the Void Imperfection physique but the Heaven Devourer Evil physique and the Sacred Spring physique respectively. In other words, the school once had 3 different people with different grand completion immortal physiques. This was a great achievement in all of the 9 worlds, hence their reputation. Shallow Beach belonged to the Void Imperfection School. Because of this, people built this great undersea city without seeing trouble or opposition. In an inn down below, Wuxia sat near a window to watch the street while drinking his wine. This inn was quite interesting. It was built next to a mountain, and above it was a whirlpool that was used to brew the very famous wine they served. He continued to drink while watching fishes swim right beside him. Occasionally, 1 or 2 naughty crabs would climb on his table and, to his amusement, raise their claws to intimidate him. He was untouched by a single drop of water. It was no different than sitting in an inn on land. After finishing another cup, he shouted, "Boss, another cup." "Coming." The boss of this place answered right away. He was a sea demon with a muscular build. Perhaps his ancestor used to be a whale demon because there were still 2 clumps of flesh that resembled a beard on his chin. This was the most recognizable characteristic. A tiny whirlpool split from the larger one at the top of the inn and streamed down into Li Qiye's cup after the boss affirmation, instantly filling it to the brim. Li Qiye smiled and continued to drink. Such an amazing scene could only happen at the heaven spirit world. As a human, he was the most conspicuous in this inn. After all, humans were quite rare outside of Peacock Land and the exquisite valley. It wasn't easy to spot them in other locations. Of course, no one came to cause trouble either. The customers were only curious about a human, so they looked at him a few more times out of curiosity. While Li Qiye was drinking, a luxurious boat docked outside of the inn. The entire hull was outlined with gold and decorated with an emblem reserved for royalty. It was both extravagant and imposing. Such a big ship swimming in the sea seemed to become one with the ocean. However, it was also completely unstained by the water, which made it very obvious to others that it was an incredible treasure. Someone noticed the royal emblem hanging on the ship and asked in astonishment, "A ship from the Profound Sea Dynasty, why is it here?" Shortly afterward, a maiden walked down from the lavish boat. She was charmingly beautiful like an aureole. Her long dress dragging on the ground revealed a very noble aura. There were several followers behind her, making her great status apparent. Someone recognized her identity after she came inside the inn and whispered, "Gongsun Qianer, why is someone from the Profound Sea God Monarcha's camp here at the Jade Sea?" The girl went up to the inn and ordered some wine and dishes without saying anything else. Li Qiye only looked at her once without paying too much attention. He finished his wine and called for the boss. After handing the money over, he asked, "Boss, have the doors to the Void Imperfection School opened yet?" "Great Immortal, this lowly one doesn't know too well." The boss rubbed his palms together and smiled awkwardly, "I am only a little merchant, so I don't know anything about the world of immortals." Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh, then leisurely say, "Is that so? I was actually hoping to ask you more about the ancestral whale. How could this lowly one know anything about such grand events? Immortal, you should ask the disciples from the Void Imperfection School about it." The boss smiled wryly. Not too many people cared when Li Qiye mentioned the ancestral whale because they didn't know what it was. However, the girl who sat not too far from him furrowed her brows after hearing the words, ancestral whale. She came from a great background and had heard her master talk about it, so after Li Qiye brought it up, she looked at him and shouted, "Hey! You were asking about the ancestral whale of the Void Imperfection 3 schools?" Li Qiye lazily glanced at her without responding. He looked back at the boss and said, "In that case, never mind then." Gongsun Qianer was not happy about being ignored. Her expression sank as she coldly said, "Just a human yet you still dare to be pretentious?" She was used to being arrogant. Her boss was a concubine of the Profound Sea God Monarch. As her master's confidant, she could be said to be able to call for winds and rains back in the Profound Sea Dynasty. But now, a little human was ignoring her. "Boy, are you listening? My master is talking to you." Her follower immediately shouted at him. Li Qiye didn't bother with them and turned to leave. Her entourage couldn't stand it any longer, so they slammed the table before standing up, wanting to stop him. Great immortals, please don't be angry." The boss immediately tried to smooth things over, arguing, "Here will disturb the peace of Shallow Beach, please take it easy on us." "Forget it, it's only an ignorant junior." Gongsun Qianer waved her sleeve in a cold fashion and snorted while looking at Li Qiye's back. She didn't really care for a human brat like him, but this was the territory of the Void Imperfection School, so she didn't want to cause trouble here. After leaving the inn, Li Qiye headed south until he arrived in front of a huge trench. With the sun shining down, this was a place full of green rocks and seagrass, giving people a very comfortable and peaceful feeling. In the heaven spirit world, every single sea, even at their deepest depths, could enjoy sunlight. Legend states that there were 2 suns in the heaven spirit world. One illuminated the sky and the continents while the other shone down on the bottom of the seas. Because of this, underwater creatures could bask in its gentle warmth as well. Chapter 1189, Yi-2. A little courtyard was located in this trench. The seawater steered clear from it, revealing old green tiles. One glance was enough to tell that this little home had been built a long time ago. Wuxia went inside to find a young man lazily basking in the sun. He looked a little over 20, but despite his young age, he had an aura of sophistication and maturity. The young man immediately stood up when Wuxia approached. He cupped his fists and smiled. "May I ask what you are here for, sir?" Wuxia looked him up and down before speaking. "You are a disciple of the Void Imperfection School, correct?" The youth answered right away, "Yes, my name is Yi-2 from the Charming Spirit race, the Void Imperfection Supervisor of the Shallow Beach branch." Wuxia insipidly revealed, "I know, charming spirits make up the majority at the 3 schools and have been in control for generations. The demon boss at the inn is an exception, a disciple like that is quite rare in your sect." "Ah." Yi-2 smiled and said, "Sir, you must be talking about my senior uncle. He likes to play around." He looked at the youth and declared, "I want to visit the Void Imperfection School. It is good that you are the supervisor here, let me in so I won't have to barge in myself." Yi-2 scratched his head in response, "May I ask for your name, sir?" Wuxia. Wuxia calmly answered, "There's no need to tell you my race, right?" Wuxia, when Yi-2 heard this name, he was shocked to the point where he almost jumped. He took a careful look at Wuxia. "Are you wondering why I don't have the aura of an imperial bloodline?" Wuxia nonchalantly spoke after noticing the youth's reaction. "Well," Yi-2 rubbed his palms and coughed before smiling, "I wouldn't dare. It is just that my vision is lacking and can't see through brotherly at all." "Your choice of words isn't bad." Wuxia smiled, "Did Golden Isle inform your schools?" "We received their message not long ago." The youth replied, "I heard Brotherly had left Golden Isle, so the elders there asked our charming spirit race to keep an eye out and help you if necessary." The Void Imperfection 3 schools were lineages of charming spirits while Golden Isle was a Treant lineage. Logically speaking, Golden Isle should have informed the Treants first. There was a reason why Golden Isle did it this way. It was because the charming spirits were even more eager than them to marry humans with noble bloodlines. In fact, they married more humans than the sea demons and Treants added together. As their groom? Wuxia laughed. He understood their hidden intentions. "Ah, I heard you haven't married the golden daughter from the Isle yet, correct?" Yi-2 smiled and immediately brought a chair for Wuxia to sit in. Golden Isle informed them in order to let the 3 schools know that Wuxia was already their groom and to not compete for this bloodline with them. In fact, at the Jade Sea, the behemoths like the 3 schools had received a lot of information. For example, Wuxia, with his imperial bloodline, had been kidnapped by someone. Wuxia sat down coolly without any reservation. Meanwhile, Yi-2 was very enthusiastic and showed good hospitality as well. "It is our honor to have Brotherly here at Shallow Beach. I represent the beach to thank you for granting us this chance." Yi-2 quickly poured some tea for Wuxia, playing his part as a good host. Wuxia smiled after hearing the flattering words. He touched his chin and leisurely mused, "I never thought I had such charm before. Brotherly is a master the likes of which rarely appears. A meeting with you has to be the blessing of fate. Despite your noble status, you have no hint of arrogance." The youth smiled. Wuxia took a sip and asked, "So? You want to betroth your senior sister or your junior sister to me?" Yi-2 had no response to Wuxia's directness. After a while, he grinned, "If you are willing to be our guest at the Void Imperfection School, you can have your pick." Wuxia just smiled and shook his head, "Forget it, don't make me participate in this noble cause. In your minds, I am only a stallion to produce more royal bloodlines for the charming spirits to groom another immortal emperor, just like immortal Emperor Yan Shi. Nothing could be better than having this bloodline join their school. The enthusiastic youth gave some orders to other disciples before bringing Wuxia to his school. Very few people could enter the Void Imperfection School, only certain talents with some influence were able to. Moreover, not too many knew where the school was located. The only thing others knew was that the school's ancestral ground was not stationary. They were aware that it was built around the territory of the school itself, but the exact location was unknown. On the other hand, Wuxia knew exactly where the school was located. However, he wanted to go there in a friendly manner this time, so he didn't forcefully enter. Blue skies along with the blue sea and the occasional wafting clouds painted a scenic view worthy of a poem. Yi-Tu and Wuxia stepped onto a white cloud. The scene suddenly changed. A flying continent was before them with rolling mountains and faint valleys. This was a nature-filled place with gurgling streams accompanied by buildings and temples. This continent floating in the sky seemed incredibly surreal, just like a painting. People would think that this was a paradise, taking their breath away with its beauty. It turned out that the ancestral ground of the Void Imperfection School was hidden among the clouds. This group of clouds traveled around this region of the sea. Because of this, no one knew where the school was actually built. Visitors were met with serenity. Many of the ancient buildings with closed doors had been unoccupied for a long time. Even the ones with open doors seemed to have no signs of people. Occasionally on one or two hills, a few disciples could be found sweeping the leaves away from relatively newer temples. Nevertheless, this didn't break the tranquility of this area. Outsiders would be shocked at this scene. With so few disciples, no one would believe that this was the greatest lineage in the heaven spirit world. In the minds of many, a great lineage should have plenty of talents and geniuses that appeared in waves. As for regular disciples, they should number in the millions. After so many years, your branch is still the same, peaceful and taking things easy. It is remarkable that such an inheritance has continued this way until now. Wuxia emotionally murmured while looking at the tranquil mountains and rivers. The Void Imperfection School was different from the other two schools. It rarely appeared or let anyone inside. Outside of the three schools themselves, outsiders didn't know how many disciples it had. Yi-Tu explained, many senior and junior uncles are traveling and training. A few senior brothers and sisters also went outside, leaving only us, the young ones, behind to take care of the trivial matters in the sect. Chapter 1190, Void Imperfection Schoolmaster. The Great Void Imperfection School was unique and very different from other lineages. Each generation slowly spread outside. Regardless of their status, both high elders and ordinary disciples would travel everywhere. More often than not, they wouldn't participate in worldly affairs or get involved with cultivation feuds. To a large extent, they pursued freedom and serenity. Because of this, it was difficult to find the disciples from this sect in the heaven spirit world. For many lineages, especially the larger ones, their disciples would band together to live in the cultivation world for both resource competition and wars. Thus, it was often quite eventful for these sections. In this respect, the Void Imperfection School was different from others. Its gate and ancestral courtyard were completely empty. If one didn't know about this place beforehand, they would wonder if they had come to the wrong location. Thus, the traveling disciples were rather undisciplined, but no one in the heaven spirit world has been able to shake the school's status or have any ideas about them. From this, one could see that the three schools have enough power to deal with any kind of trouble. Their true power was difficult to fathom. Yi-Tu took Wuxia to an old temple with a very imposing presence. Just one look was enough to tell how extraordinary it was. However, one would find that this place had not been cleaned in a long time. Dust had accumulated into layers in some places. An imperial lineage being so lazy was truly difficult to believe. When inside the temple, one would see a rocking chair with a man lying on it. In fact, it was very easy to miss him due to the leaves that covered him. He was deep in sleep. After seeing this situation, others would most likely think that he was already dead. "Schoolmaster, Brother Li is here to see you." Yi Tu bowed in front of this sleeping man. Leaves began to fall as the man opened his eyes and stood up. Just how long had he been sleeping here to accumulate this many layers of leaves? He eventually revealed his appearance without the leaves. This was a very thin elder dressed like a commoner. He looked like an ordinary old man without any noteworthy aspects. However, the occasional glimmer in his eyes showed that he was a hidden master. Is this the young noble Li with the imperial bloodline? He immediately judged Li Qia after waking up. Yi Tu quickly replied, "Schoolmaster, Brother Li is indeed the groom from Golden Isle." Before he could finish, the void imperfection schoolmaster interrupted him and corrected, "Little Yi, how can you say that? Young noble Li has yet to marry and he won't necessarily marry that little girl from Golden Isle, so how can he be their groom?" That's true, that's true." Yi Tu understood and smiled while nodding. Li Qia only chuckled after seeing this. Meanwhile, the schoolmaster circled around Li Qia to take a good look. He seemed to be carefully appreciating Li Qia, similar to how in-laws might like their son-in-law more and more. Li Qia happily let him do as he pleased while taking a seat on the rocking chair. The schoolmaster ignored his lack of formality and cheerfully smiled, "Virtuous nephew, your fame is like thunder ringing in my ears. You are the prodigy of the human race, the hero of the world." These words are too fake. Li Qia couldn't help but smile while shaking his head, "Schoolmaster, there's no need to flatter me, I know myself very well. I am only a nobody at the heaven spirit world, this ringing thunder bit, it is just artificial rhetoric." The schoolmaster didn't mind being called out. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Virtuous nephew, you are quite straightforward and genuine like a real man. Since you are here as a guest, it truly brightens up this place. Don't be reserved, just consider my school as your home." Li Qia smiled and shook his head, then he went straight to the point, "My time is limited so I won't stay for long. I want to meet your ancestral whale to take something away." "The ancestral whale?" The schoolmaster was startled. He dryly coughed and shook his head, "Virtuous nephew, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but since you know of the ancestral whale, you should know how hard it is to meet it. In fact, even I would find it difficult, I know, which is why I'm asking you to learn where it has run off to." Li Qia nodded. The schoolmaster gently shook his head, "I won't lie to you. I don't know where it is going either, this is a secret." Li Qia looked at him, "I do not doubt your words. The ancestral whale of the three schools travels around the vast seas in the heaven spirit world without leaving behind a trace. Outside of your whale riders, no outsiders truly know of its whereabouts." "Yes, yes." The schoolmaster smilingly replied, "It is good that you understand, but. Li Qia slowly continued, "I know that the school has a method of communicating with the ancestral whale. I believe you should know about it." "Well." The schoolmaster contemplated for a bit before looking back at Li Qia with a grin, "That is true as well. If you really want to see the ancestral whale, I can discuss it with the ancestors. If they agree, then you can definitely see it, but before then, why not stay at our place? We definitely welcome you here." Li Qia gently shook his head again, "I think you misunderstand something. I am not only here to see the ancestral whale, I also want to go to the void imperfection spring to fetch some water." This alarmed both the schoolmaster and Yi Tuesday. The schoolmaster, in particular, took one step back right away and put on a vigilant expression. "Schoolmaster, there's no need to be so alarmed. If I wanted to take some by force, I wouldn't be here speaking to you like this." Li Qia noticed their response and smiled. "I don't know too much about the void imperfection spring. The schoolmaster shook his head. At this time, he had become a lot colder and didn't have the same enthusiasm as before. It was a tremendous change in attitude. Li Qiye only laughed. "Schoolmaster, I'm not here to exchange friendly words with you or to hear your excuses. I only want to tell you that I will meet the ancestral whale as well as fetch water from the spring. Virtuous nephew, do you wish to use force?" The schoolmaster's face turned darker. "This old man is not deliberately making things difficult for you. If you know about the spring, then you should definitely know that not just anyone can go there. Outside of a few ancestors, others aren't allowed." "I am aware," Li Qiye said. "The Void Imperfection Spring is a place that has obtained the fortune of the heavens. In the past, immortal Emperor Wugo spent countless efforts to bring the spring here. One can say that it didn't originally belong to you." Here, he glanced at the schoolmaster and continued, "The Emperor moved the spring to the ancestral whale first. From then on, it became yours and outsiders couldn't see it any longer." "I don't know much about the past," the schoolmaster dismissively said. "I can only apologize since I am not in charge of anything relating to the spring." Li Qiye smirked and declared, "Regardless of whether you are in charge or not, I will see the ancestral whale and take water from the spring. Are you always so forceful like this?" The schoolmaster's eyes turned fierce and flashed a glint that crossed through time and space. This truly showed how powerful he was. "Who said that I'm being forceful?" Li Qiye smiled and stood up while reaching out with his hand. Yi too was scared by this and thought that Li Qiye wanted to fight. At the same time, the schoolmaster put up his guard to fight against Li Qiye at any moment. However, Li Qiye didn't attack the two. He simply took down a group of clouds from the sky. He casually kneaded them to make the clouds float in front of him. Next, he sat down on them, letting them slowly lift him up for a spin before coming back down. The Void Imperfection Clouds. The schoolmaster was surprised after seeing this, not believing his own eyes. Yi too was shocked as well. He had heard about these clouds since a young age. They had always been floating there, but he had never heard of anyone capable of bringing them down or riding them. This was Li Qiye's first time here, yet he could easily ride them. To Yi too, this was simply incredible. "My ancestors had a relationship with immortal Emperor Wugo. They left behind a certain something that has allowed me to take down a group of clouds today," Li Qiye said in a matter-of-fact manner. Of course, this was only a casual excuse. The person who knew immortal Emperor Wugo was none other than him. Chapter 1191, Bloodline. After seeing the Void Imperfection Clouds, the schoolmaster became less tense and patted his chest. "Then you are one of us, we can talk freely." With that, his face turned a bit bitter as he looked at Li Qiye. "If you only took the clouds down in the beginning, then we wouldn't have had to do anything. I received quite a scare just now, my old bones can't handle this torture. Sorry, I just arrived at the school so I forgot." Li Qiye smiled in response. Both the schoolmaster and Yi too calmed down. They didn't want to fight at all. The schoolmaster told Li Qiye, "Our Void Imperfection 3 schools do have an ancestral teaching. Seeing as how you could bring down the clouds, you are part of our family, so we won't say no." Li Qiye gently nodded. If immortal Emperor Wugo has left behind a teaching, then nothing can be better. I have no other requests. Like before, I only want to take water from the Void Imperfection Spring. I'm sure it will be fine. The schoolmaster quickly said, "Let me go report this to the ancestors to find out the ancestral whale's location. Once we find out, I'll inform you immediately." Li Qiye agreed. "Very good, let me know when you find out. I'll be staying at Shallow Beach in the meantime." Having said that, he stood up. The schoolmaster noticed that he was about to leave, so he rubbed his palms together and attempted to hold the guest back. With a big grin, he insisted, "It wasn't easy for you to come here, so why not stay for a while? Check out our pretty sceneries and allow me to play the part of a good host." Li Qiye laughed and told the schoolmaster, "Don't tell me you want me to pick a bunch of ladies from the school?" Such words were very direct, so the schoolmaster coughed awkwardly. He became a bit embarrassed and smiled, "If you like any lass from our school, you can take her away anytime. A girl isn't an object." Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. The schoolmaster grinned, but he spoke with a serious tone, "All along in the heaven spirit world, many things remain unchanging. It was this way in the past and shall be this way in the future. Who can escape the trend of reproduction for the greatness of a race? Yes, and it's not just the heaven spirit world, a few things will never change in the 9 worlds." Li Qiye had grown accustomed to this type of marriage. This matter happened a lot in the rest of the 9 worlds as well. Countless lineages sought alliances forged through marriage. However, the 3 grand races here were a bit different. They wanted excellent human bloodlines to have descendants with brilliant talents and bloodlines. The schoolmaster earnestly said, "Virtuous nephew, you have an imperial bloodline. Even if you don't care for the charming spirits or the other races, you should still consider doing something for your own sake. Your precious bloodline should be passed down. In this regard, do you think there is a more suitable race than us charming spirits to be your match?" This was not boasting. There were many races in the 9 worlds, but none of them dared to claim to be better than the charming spirits. They were called the favorites of the heavens. This was not something they claimed themselves but a fact recognized by many races. Li Qiye looked at him and said, "Your void imperfection school wants more than just an excellent bloodline. You also want to imitate immortal Emperor Gu Chun's 4 branches as well as train an ultimate immortal emperor, even if it is a human. It is not just our school. The other charming spirits, Treants, and sea demons are also doing the same, am I wrong?" The schoolmaster replied. Li Qiye insipidly said, "The legend is not necessarily true. Among the charming spirits and even the entire heaven spirit world, there was a legend. It states that when an imperial bloodline from the human race comes together with an excellent charming spirit bloodline, the result would be the further perfection and strengthening of the human bloodline. At the same time, the charming spirit's bloodline would increase in potency and its potential would be excavated to the extreme. This all started with immortal Emperor Yanshi. She was an extremely unbelievable immortal emperor, so people took note of the conditions surrounding her. In fact, there was some evidence of this later on as well. After the emperor, the 4 branches of immortal Emperor Gu Chun passed down even better bloodlines, giving them a large number of outstanding bloodlines. With this result, the future generations believed that a human imperial bloodline had a great effect in enhancing the bloodlines of charming spirits. Due to this, human imperial bloodlines were especially welcomed whenever they appeared in the heaven spirit world. They were absolutely the best among stallions. Well, without trying, how would we know if it is true or not? The schoolmaster chuckled. The schoolmaster really wanted Li Qiye to stay at the 3 schools. If they could have his bloodline as well, it would fortify their status. "Oh? You want to steal Golden Isle's groom?" Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle. "If I am not mistaken, your void imperfection school has never interfered with mundane matters or competed with others." The schoolmaster gave a natural smile in response. "Nephew, you still haven't married the miss from the Yi clan yet, so how can this be considered stealing their groom? Plus, even if you had married, this is no big deal. Since the start of time, heroes would always have many companions. I see, you want me to turn into the best stud to spread my seed everywhere." Li Qiye laughed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I have no interest in this." The schoolmaster opened his mouth in order to say something, but Li Qiye waved his hand. "I'm not interested, even if you provide better conditions. It's not like Golden Isle hasn't tried before either." The schoolmaster could only softly sigh after hearing this, but he didn't give up. "You are still one of us, our doors will always be open for you. One day when you are tired of drifting in this world, you can come and stay with us here, at Void Imperfection." "Thank you. Wuxia didn't refuse the schoolmaster's kindness. He flashed a quick smile before turning around to leave. He went back to Shallow Beach afterward. Meanwhile, Yi Tu stayed with him the entire time, entertaining him with great enthusiasm. "You are the regional supervisor here, don't you have work to do?" Wuxia looked at him with one eye and asked after seeing the youth working so hard. Yi Tu smiled and replied, "Our Void Imperfection school aims for serenity and going with the flow. There is normally nothing to do, so we just sit there in a daze. Since you are here as our guest, let me be as good of a host as possible, lest others consider us to be inadequate with our hospitality." Wuxia smiled and knew that this was the schoolmaster's idea, so he didn't chase him away. After 2 days, Teng Jiwen finally came. He bowed after seeing Wuxia. "By the command of the forefather, this junior is here to obey your commands, sir. Just let me know when you require my service. There's no need for formalities, I am not that old." Wuxia gently waved his sleeve and told him to stand up. Yi Tu also recognized Teng Jiwen and quickly chatted with him. "If the two of you want to follow me, come then." Wuxia glanced at the two before leaving Shallow Beach. The two looked at each other, not knowing what Wuxia wanted to do. Regardless, they hurried to catch up to him. After leaving the beach, they continued traveling quite far on the seabed. This was the Void Imperfection School's territory, so whether it was the surface or the seabed, Yi Tu was very familiar with it. He looked at the scene along the way and murmured, "Ahead is the bottomless trench, are we really going there?" "Yes and no," Wuxia answered while comfortably leading the way. He strode forward while remaining untouched by the water as if he was gliding through the liquid. This manner of movement was very elegant, like drifting clouds flowing with the current. Yi Tu calculated the time and said, "The season of the needlefish is almost upon us. Young noble, could it be that you are here for them?" "Needlefish?" Wuxia smiled and shook his head, "You are underestimating me too much. Needlefish can indeed be regarded as precious. However, a fish king can barely be considered top grade, they can't get into my eyes." "The bottomless trench?" Teng Jiwen thought about a legend and speculated, "Sir, are you here for the legendary sea-crossing shuttle then?" "Yes and no." Wuxia smiled and flatly said, "Your thinking might not be as quick as Yi Tu, but you are much more meticulous than him." "Sea-crossing shuttle?" Yi Tu heard this name and was surprised. Legend states that the shuttle hasn't appeared for a very long time. Until now, all 3 great races of the heaven spirit world have been searching down at the bottomless trench, especially us charming spirits who do so every single generation. Certain things will appear when the time is right. The disappearance was only due to outsiders not knowing about its existence. Wuxia plainly explained, like your ancestral whale, it also disappeared to those who are unable to see it. Yi Tu felt that this explanation made sense. Chapter 1192, Bottomless Trench. According to legend, the bottomless trench was the deepest and longest trench in the heaven spirit world. For many years, many people have explored this particular trench, but none were able to do so fully. Someone once said that this trench was long enough to cross the entire Jade Sea. Its depths remained a mystery because no one had been able to reach the bottom. It spanned further than the territory of the Void Imperfection 3 schools and brought about a different landscape to this region. This was especially true when they were closer to the 3 schools. It had been said that this end of the trench near Shallow Beach was the most beautiful stretch. When Wuxia's group got close, they saw a beautiful sight full of coral forests. This coral field might span for thousands of miles along the 2 sides of the trench. Such a great field was truly spectacular, a sight only found at the heaven spirit world. There were all kinds of colorful coral of varying shapes and sizes as far as the eye could see. Some were as large as trees that grew from the bottom of the sea all the way to the surface. Under these trees, groups of seaweed swayed about with happy fishes. There were also caves full of shrimps and crabs as well as large turtles lounging about. Some grew in a crisscross pattern and intertwined into a huge maze. If one entered this cave of coral, they would surely get lost. All in all, this field was a dazzling spectacle of indescribable and unforgettable charm. A depression could be found after crossing through this field completely. This was the renowned bottomless trench. It was broad to the point that it seemed to split the whole sea apart. It was completely black. Looking down into the trench was like looking into the gaping jaws of a monster that would devour anything that fell into it, a cause for fear and awe. The group stopped inside the coral forest and didn't proceed further. Here, Li Qiye meticulously examined a huge coral. The two of them didn't know what Li Qiye wanted to do. They stood behind him with bated breaths and didn't dare to disturb him. Next, Li Qiye moved as swift as lightning. His fingers swept forward with a speed beyond the two's perception. He then spread his palms before Teng Jiwen and Yi Tu to show an insect with fuzzy hair around the length of a finger. This insect was squirming on his palm and gave quite a creepy feeling. Li Qiye plainly spoke, "I know, to be able to cultivate the physique to this level, you can indeed handle the schoolmaster position." She was not offended by his rather rude and haughty attitude and sat down next to him on the water's surface. "We haven't been able to show our hospitality to you ever since you arrived." Her noble demeanor was also natural and quite approachable. Li Qiye waved his hand and interrupted her, "Speak if you will and fart if you must, do not beat around the bush with me. I'm not in the mood to guess and waste time." Such an overbearing attitude made her secretly lament the situation. As one of the schoolmasters from Void Imperfection, she was quite an influential person. However, Li Qiye simply didn't take her to heart. Eventually, she took a deep breath and earnestly spoke, "Would like to invite you to my sacred spring school as a guest." "I see, so it is still the same. Everyone views me as the greatest stallion. No doubt, you want me to go there and find various ladies to get close to and take my seed." These words were too direct and sexual, leaving Zhuo Jianshi momentarily speechless. An imperial bloodline like Li Qiye's was too precious for the charming spirits. This was the same for their sacred spring school, so they wanted to recruit him. Chapter 1193, Zhuo Jianshi. In the end, Zhuo Jianshi was still someone who had experienced countless waves. She took a deep breath and answered with an elegant smile on her face, "I do not deny your claim. Many lineages in the heaven spirit world desire an imperial bloodline like yours. It has always been a custom for sects to pay attention to these bloodlines. The sect masters all have a responsibility to find excellent bloodlines for their sections." "You are very eloquent." Li Qiye smiled and asked, "The old geezer from Void Imperfection wants me to stay and now you do as well. Aren't your three schools afraid of an inner conflict?" She smiled, her mature and noble appearance made people palpitate from excitement. "Young noble, you are misunderstanding something. Our three schools are one and the same. The Void Imperfection schoolmaster wants to keep you behind, as do we. This is only giving young noble more choices, it is not a competition." Li Qiye chuckled with his eyes closed, "If you have talked with the old geezer, you should know that I am not interested in this matter. We want you to stay, but this doesn't necessarily mean that you have to become our groom. You can just stay at our schools for a while if you like." Her demeanor was calm and gentle. "Maybe we should approach this differently. In my eyes, your inner physique is quite powerful, so our schools are the best choice for you. We will have a suitable physique law for you to choose." Zhuo Jianshi was not just boasting. In the heaven spirit world or even all of the 9 worlds, no other lineage had as many physique laws as the 3 schools since they had 3 different immortal physiques. Physique laws? Li Qiye opened his eyes to look at her and smiled, "You have good eyesight, but as for physique laws." He burst out into laughter at this point. She didn't become angry, for elegance exuded from her core. She spoke softly, "May I ask for the reason behind your laughter?" Of course, she wasn't aware that no one had more physique laws than Wuxia in this world. He simply had them all. Nothing. Wuxia replied with a grin, your 3 schools have many physique laws. Not to mention the others, just the 3 immortal physique laws alone are truly precious. The void imperfection wind chase law, the evil devourer graceful law, and the surging golden spring law, these 3 laws can be considered peerless in this world. With a brief pause, he continued, outside of the physique laws created by immortal emperors, your 3 laws are quite rare. This is especially true for the void imperfection wind chase law, it is infinitely close to perfection. This level of physique law is very rare. For example, the physique law from the soaring immortal sect of immortal Emperor Fei could be considered another. It was truly difficult to receive such high praise from Wuxia. After all, he had the physique scripture that contained all the perfect and profound laws in existence. In fact, for cultivators, creating a physique law was even more difficult than creating an emperor law. This was one of the reasons why grand completion immortal physique users could assail immortal emperors. The scale of difficulty soared when it came to immortal physique laws. There were quite a few wonderful masters who were able to create these laws, but they had defects and were incomplete. There weren't that many at a level that could be considered complete, let alone perfect. The physique laws of the 3 schools were considered complete. Of course, there was still a large way to go before true perfection. It is thanks to our predecessors' achievements, we descendants have not been able to do anything, so we need to work even harder. She answered in a demure manner without pride. Wuxia looked at her and smiled, your eyesight is not bad since it can see that my inner physique is powerful. The temptation of physique laws might work for everyone else in this world, but it is nothing to me. For cultivators with powerful inner physiques, to be able to cultivate an immortal physique would be their greatest pursuit in life. They would find it impossible to refuse such a temptation. However, he promptly added, however, your void imperfection 3 schools does have something that tempts me. What might that be? She became curious as well. Since Wuxia wasn't interested in immortal physique laws, was there anything else in this world that was even more precious to pique his interest? He emphatically replied, your immortal Emperor Wu Go's creation, the wind chase break. Despite her normal calm demeanor, his answer shocked her, the wind chase break. One of the immortal physique strikes. Immortal physique strikes were mysterious techniques that very few people had seen. Legend states that only grand completion immortal physique emperors were able to create these attacks. Without reaching grand completion, even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to do so. Conversely, grand completion users wouldn't be able to create them without having the heaven's will. Because of these strict requirements, these attacks were extremely rare. Furthermore, future generations speculated that there was an additional requirement, that the emperor's physique law must be self-made. Only those who had created their own physique laws to become an emperor with a grand completion immortal physique would be able to develop these attacks. There were many stories about these attacks themselves. Some said that they were more powerful than Heaven's Will secret laws. However, the opposition stated that these attacks couldn't oppose a secret law if its user had the Heaven's Will. Another group speculated that a grand completion user training in these attacks could definitely ambush an immortal emperor. They could even contend against the emperor's secret law. Alas, these were all guesses because there were too few immortal physique laws in this world and even fewer immortal physique strikes. A grand completion user with these attacks was 100 times rarer than an immortal emperor. As such, no one was able to witness such a duel, especially those from the younger generations. Zhuo Jianche was trembling after hearing this. After all, the wind chase strike was once the most powerful and frightening technique from her 3 schools. A void imperfection user with the wind chase strike held unimaginable power. However, you lot have lost the wind chase strike. Wuxia insipidly stated, this is very regrettable and is also the reason why the void imperfection 3 schools lost some of its deterring influence. Zhuo Jianshi pondered in silence for a moment. Across the generations, this had been a truly regrettable matter for their school. In fact, they had tried to look for it all this time to no avail. She eventually calmed down and took a deep breath to look at Wuxia. Our schools have many disciples training in different types of physiques, including saint and immortal physiques. I know what you are trying to say. Wuxia smiled and interrupted her. An imperial bloodline combining with an immortal physique bloodline would make a perfect combination. If the offspring could inherit both legacies, then they might be able to surpass the old immortal emperor Yan Shi if they were to become an immortal emperor. This is a great temptation for any lineage. Wuxia continued, however, I have never thought about spreading my bloodline to the 9 worlds. Even if I were to do so, the woman must be worthy of my entrustment. May I ask what kind of woman would be worthy of young noble Li's entrustment? She looked at him with eyes as soft as water and directly met his gaze. Wuxia was still lying on the sea. He laughed and answered, if you come have some intimate fun with me for a while, I may consider. Such words changed her expression. They were direct and assailed her with obscenity. It was no longer teasing, this was the most straightforward call for sex. Ultimately, she was still a schoolmaster. This direct invitation to mate was provocative to the point of being humiliating. Young noble Li must be joking. She regained her composure and demure appearance to say, I am a married woman, your request is too much of an imposition. I know. Wuxia looked at her and said, I understand the meaning of the white flower on your chest. I didn't really want to reveal your scar, but I can let you know that I don't mind you being a widow. Plus, you are still a maiden. The lady, despite her experience, couldn't stay calm while handling this type of provocative conversation. After all, the topic was too much. Forget it, I was just kidding. Wuxia flatly added, but remember, in order to get something, one must pay for it. Without an ace, you better think carefully before doing anything. Are you all worthy of my favor? Such words were quite domineering. If it was someone else, they would want nothing more than to be the groom of the 3 schools. Zhuo Jianshi turned quiet again in the face of this dilemma. Her schools could indeed propose some very tempting conditions. However, Wuxia was dismissive of them all. Chapter 1194, Mythical Divine Weapon. She eventually composed herself and looked at Wuxia to say, perhaps you are interested in the Great Maelstrom. We may be of assistance in this respect. After hearing this, Wuxia opened his eyes wide. A glint shot out from within while he stared at her intensely. She didn't know why, but the glint that flashed from his eyes frightened her in an indescribable manner. She felt like an ancient beast was awakening. However, she met his gaze head-on for a long time without fear because she had no malicious intent in the first place. It seems like you have seen a few things. Wuxia slowly said, still fixated on her. I wouldn't dare to hide it from you. I was at the Abyss Sea that day, but it was still quite far away from the maelstrom. I only caught a glance. She nonchalantly said, however, I didn't expect this coincidence, for you to have an imperial bloodline. Perhaps this is a type of fate. Fate. Wuxia only smiled and closed his eyes without caring too much. If you wish to venture into the maelstrom in the future, our 3 schools can help you. After all, we are part of the ancient charming spirit race, we have things other lineages lack. Wuxia laughed while looking at her, little beauty. She couldn't help but ask, young noble, why are you laughing? If I have said something wrong, please point it out. She was negotiating with great sincerity. You have no idea. Wuxia shook his head and replied, you think that I am trying to go into the maelstrom, but the truth is that I want nothing from it. He had already obtained the life origination he wanted and didn't care about the other things in there. Even if it had a few heaven-shattering secrets and incredible treasures, they still had nothing to do with him. Others were free to covet these treasures all they want. Zhuo Jianshi found this surprising. On that day, she saw him entering the maelstrom, so she thought he had some ideas about it. You are mistaken about this matter, the maelstrom is meaningless to me. On the other hand, you charming spirits should pay more attention to it. She shuddered internally and immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Li Qiye slightly raised his brow, "Don't play this mind game in front of me or I'll rip off your clothes. If you are one of the schoolmasters from Void Imperfection, you should know a little about this." Her heart sank a bit. Of course, it was not because of Li Qiye's threat of tearing off her clothes, it was because she had heard some legends before. There were records within the sect, but they were too vague for her to learn anything substantial. She sincerely asked while looking at him, "I am not trying to conceal anything. The records left behind are only legends, making it quite difficult to tell whether they are accurate or not. Since you dared to enter the maelstrom, I'm sure you know more. Would you be willing to enlighten me?" He looked at her for a moment before answering, "Even if I say more, you won't necessarily be able to distinguish its validity. I can only say that if one day something actually happens to the maelstrom, it will be a catastrophe for the entire heaven spirit world, especially for charming spirits." She curiously asked, "What kind of catastrophe?" "That depends on the things in there. One accident will bring about a disaster, so when that day comes, run for your life, flee from the heaven spirit world. The farther the better." He smiled and added, "Of course, that day might also never come." She quietly contemplated after hearing this. The maelstrom had always been a mystery, but ever since a very distant era the charming spirits had been wary of it. Is it true that there are supreme items within the maelstrom? She had to ask the question that was lingering in her mind because there were too many different versions of this legend. "Yes, truly supreme treasures." He answered, "But it also depends on what you have in mind. If you are thinking about weapons, then yes, they are indeed there. How do we obtain those weapons then?" She couldn't help but ask, "How do they compare to the sea demon's trident?" Li Qiye laughed and said, "Do you know the origin of the trident? Or of its true power?" She answered, "It is the supreme divine artifact of the sea demons. Those who are accepted by the trident can become the sea god. Its power is boundless and invincible in myriad realms and even more formidable than an immortal emperor true treasure." Sea demons were similar to treants. Their strongest existences were not immortal emperors, their equivalent to tree fathers were called sea gods. However, these unrivaled existences must be recognized by the trident. After meeting this requirement, they would become a sea god capable of wielding the artifact. Historically, these supremes of the sea demons wielding the trident could put up a good fight against an immortal emperor with a true treasure. What you know is only superficial drizzle, but there's no need to elaborate on this. Even if there are divine weapons comparable to the trident in there, who among your race can wield such artifacts? With that, he finished, charming spirits should continue to pursue the path towards immortal emperor. This is the correct way. The others are only alternative methods for when there is no other choice. Having said that, he closed his eyes again and gently waved his sleeve, "Okay, now don't bother me again." Zhuo Jianshi sighed and stood up then bowed, "Our doors will always be open to you. Come visit us any time." Li Qiye seemed to have fallen asleep at this moment, it was impossible to know if he actually heard her or not. She stopped bothering him and gently rode the waves away before disappearing completely. She was not offended by this meeting and only felt disappointment instead. This trip was essentially meaningless. In the end, she understood that her schools didn't interest him at all. Li Qiye was still lying quietly on the sea and drifted with the flow. This process continued for a while. Eventually, he suddenly opened his eyes and drilled into the sea. A moment later, a huge trench appeared before him. This was a small part of the bottomless trench distant from the previous sea region. Li Qiye entered the trench in one go. In this split second, he released his divine intent to sweep through this area. Nothing could escape from his sense. Eventually, he stood before a particular cliff inside the trench. There was a depression with a clam the size of a basin that occasionally spat out bubbles. It looked quite ordinary. The only thing worth noticing was the pearl within it, emitting a faint light. Wuxia smiled upon the sight of the clam and the pearl. It really isn't easy to find this pathfinder clam. Only by following the current of the ocean would one be able to eventually find this clam and the correct path. Wuxia was drifting with the sea in order to catch this type of clam. Of course, there were countless clams in the Jade Sea and the bottomless trench. One could find as many as they wanted. However, very few clams were capable of pathfinding. In the past, he had searched and caught many clams before finally learning the mysteries within and understanding their usage. With the successful capture, he identified the correct direction and headed back to Shallow Beach. His trip here was to find two things in order to replenish the life of the peacock tree. One of them was the void imperfection spring inside the ancestral whale, while the other was hidden in another secret location. This was precisely why he needed this pathfinder clam. He needed it to find the second well-concealed item, since a thoughtless search would yield no results. Chapter 1195, Teeming Sea Tribe. In recent days, Shallow Beach had become quite lively. Many lineages and cultivators from the Jade Sea came here. Even those from the Profound and Dragon Demon Seas came as well. They came for the precious needlefish. In the heaven spirit world, these fish were used for both food and medicines due to its nutritious properties. They lived in the bottomless trench, so it was difficult to find them normally. Even those who entered the trench might not see them. Only in the season of coral blossoming would these fish come out of the trench to eat the pollen. The best time to catch them was when the flocks came. Because of this, many people ran to Shallow Beach and waited for this season to come. Despite the number of people, there weren't any powerful cultivators here. The majority of them were only disciples of the third generation. In just a moment, everyone quickly retreated, with not one daring to block these fish any longer. This is our teeming tribe's domination, got it? The leading fish looked around with an imposing momentum. The crowd was moved by the bullish behavior from this tribe, but they didn't dare to say anything. No one really wanted to provoke the Teeming Sea Tribe. This was a great tribe among the sea demons, especially in the Jade Sea. Some even said that the Teeming Sea Tribe was the most populous demon race in the heaven spirit world. Even though they were sea demons, they weren't welcomed by the other sea demons. On the contrary, they were considered a low-level race or even a wretched race. The truth was not far from this. Despite their vast population, the Teeming Sea Tribe consisted of low-level demons that couldn't get rid of their true appearance. They needed a very long time to cultivate into a human form. Their humanoid members were all powerful existences and part of the royal clans. They might be weaker than the other sea demons, but in their own way, they were also the most fearsome because of their unimaginable numbers. It could be said that their numbers rivaled the rest of the fish in the heaven spirit world. There was a phrase in this world: any place with water would have the Teeming Sea Tribe. Just this belief alone was indicative of their massive hordes. Their reproductive capabilities could only be described with the word madness. There was no way to kill all of them. In the long years, their lairs had been attacked several times. However, they rose time after time by reproducing. Ultimately, the sects and tribes that had destroyed the Teeming Sea Tribe were wiped out by them. This was the scariest aspect of this weak tribe: it was impossible to kill them all. Chapter 1196, Eating Dragon Tendon. After seeing the quick meal they made out of the cultivator, a lot of people were frozen stiff and didn't dare to block their way. The 1,000 fish became even more emboldened by the silent crowd. They arrogantly trod forward on a rampage without any hesitation. However, they didn't get far before having to stop because someone was taking a stroll on the street. The other pedestrians had all ran away long ago, so the path was fairly empty. But now, a single youth was standing there, so he seemed especially conspicuous with no intention of backing off. Moreover, this person was a human, so it seemed even more out of place. The biggest fish snapped, "Brat, are you blind? You dare to block our path?" The spectators on both sides of the streets were sweating for the human youth. This boy must not know how terrifying the teeming sea tribe was. Of course, it was Wuxia walking down the street. He didn't bat an eyelash since he didn't care for this fish at all. The fish leader was furious after being shown such disdain by a human boy. It yelled, "Brat, you ignore the accepting heavens and barge into the unwelcoming hell. My children, feast on him until there is not a single pulp left." A different fish added with an evil tone, "Heh, boy, we like to eat human flesh the most, so plump and fresh." Crackle. The spurs on the 1,000 fishes' heads began to channel lightning that was then shot right at Wuxia. The spectators nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer. They could already see Wuxia being torn into pieces in an instant. Pop! The powerful lightning bolt struck his body, but there wasn't even a tiny spark. It seemed to be completely absorbed by him. Keep in mind that even the lightning pawn from a tribulation couldn't do anything to him. His ancient void rune could absorb all tribulations in this world, so this tiny lightning bolt was nothing to him. The vicious fish were all shocked to see the attack have no effect. During their days, Wuxia pointed his finger forward. Next, one could hear a thunderous crackle. Extremely powerful lightning burst from the tip of his finger like a brilliant sun. Clusters of lightning suddenly surged wildly in an unstoppable manner. Fiery sparks sprang up as the lightning clusters swept by with an indescribable speed. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Next, the sounds of bodies falling echoed as more than 1,000 fish dropped to the street. The only fish standing was the biggest one. After seeing his children fall down, he knew he had hit a steel wall and didn't dare to think too much before turning around to escape. However, he couldn't take 2 steps before Wuxia had him gripped by the jaw. He couldn't move at all. Despite being restrained, the fish was still as arrogant as before and shouted, "Boy, let me go right this instant. I am a vanguard of the teeming marquis. If you so much as touch a scale of mine, the army of millions under him will tear you to shreds. They will even uproot you humans from the heaven spirit world altogether." Teeming marquis? Wuxia smiled and said, "I've never heard of him. Not to mention this insignificant fish marquis, even your entire race is less than an ant in my eyes." After hearing such disdainful words, the fish immediately cried out, "Little animal, you dare to shame our race? There will be no peace for you humans in the heaven spirit world." Wuxia simply smiled and pointed his finger again. With a buzz, the fish's entire body split into thin and neat fillets. At this time, a very magical scene happened. Every inch of the fish's meat was separated. Its intestines and internal organs were also removed along with all the meat. Eventually, only the fish bones remained. On the backbone of this skeleton was a glittering jade-like tendon just like the tendon of a dragon. What was even more incredible was how the pieces of the fish were jumping as if they were still alive. After Wuxia tore out the tendon, all of the pieces finally screamed and stopped jumping, becoming devoid of life. This translucent fish tendon in Wuxia's hand emitted a beautiful light, as if it was full of life force. Wuxia threw it into his mouth and carefully chewed a bit before swallowing. Then he flatly said, "Though it is not a real dragon tendon, it is still quite delicious. Now I'm just missing some sauce." The crowd was stunned after seeing this. Wuxia dared to say such things after eating the fish tendon. Wuxia glanced at the 1,000 fish on the ground and said, "Well, that's another dish for today. It has been a while since I've eaten a dragon tendon of the teeming sea tribe." He swept his sleeve forward and stored all of them into his spatial pouch before entering the inn in front of him. The crowd was still looking at him as he disappeared into the inn. After a while, one person calmed down and swallowed their saliva before whispering, I heard that the dragon tendon of the teeming tribe is very delicious, but I have never eaten it before. His friend next to him immediately warned him, Are you insane? If the teeming tribe heard those words, they will exterminate your family. The teeming sea tribe had a straight spine with their muscle surrounding it. They called this part the dragon tendon, and this was their most important body part. Without the dragon tendon, they wouldn't be able to survive. However, it was rumored that this tendon was a special delicacy, one of the most delicious dishes in the sea. Alas, ordinary people wouldn't dare to eat these dragon tendons because once the teeming tribe found out, it would bring about their merciless, wrathful vengeance. It could even result in the complete annihilation of their race. Only top-level experts such as invincible god kings, immortal emperors, tree fathers, and sea gods would dare to openly eat dragon tendons. Of course, the teeming tribe wouldn't dare to do anything against these top-level experts and had to pretend as if nothing had happened. In the heaven spirit world, some people said that sea gods and tree fathers had all eaten dragon tendons before. No one really knew if this was true or not. Wuxia stepped into the inn with the whirlpool again. It was the one opened by Yi Tu's senior uncle. The boss here enthusiastically greeted him because of the school's command. In their territories, they must do their best to treat Wuxia well. Boss, give me a good root of turmeric and some fermented bean paste. Wuxia sat down and swung his sleeve. All the vicious fish fell to the ground. The boss and customers were astounded to see the mountain-like heap of fish before them. Teeming fish. The boss's expression changed along with many of the guests. In spite of this, the boss didn't do anything and immediately brought some turmeric and aged sauce over for Wuxia. Despite being struck by his lightning, these fish were not dead. They were only limp on the ground and couldn't move at all. After preparing the turmeric and paste, Wuxia casually picked up one of the fish. With a silver knife in his left hand, he cut into the fish's back to reveal the dragon tendon. With a pair of chopsticks in the other hand, he swiftly pulled out the tendon. Ah! The fish screamed and died immediately after its tendon was taken. Wuxia dipped the tendon into the sauce and carefully chewed while nodding his head approvingly. This is the taste, one of the seafood delicacies in the heaven spirit world. After he finished, he grabbed another fish. His hands were as smooth as flowing water as they instantly removed the dragon tendon and dipped it into the sauce before putting it into his mouth. Everything seemed so coordinated and perfect. He was enjoying this just like an emperor savoring his meal. The guests were slack-jawed from this scene. This was far too domineering. Daring to eat dragon tendons in public, this was simply provoking the entire teeming sea tribe, the millions and millions of teeming fish in the heaven spirit world. In the present day, only the top-level experts would dare to eat these tendons out in the open. Of course, some weaker experts couldn't help but catch them and eat them as well, but they didn't dare to do so publicly. However, this human boy didn't care for any of this. This was the most overbearing and arrogant display of a feast. Ah! Another scream resounded as Wuxia repeated his delicious procedure. A Dao attendant stood up and warned him, "Fellow Daoist, your actions are too brutal. It is too much to eat dragon tendons before everyone like this." Chapter 1197, Dao Attendant Lin. This Dao attendant was situated in a corner near a window. There were some other cultivators sitting with him that seemed to be moon-gazing. When the Dao attendant called Wuxia out, these cultivators looked at him with unfriendly gazes as well. The guests in the inn held their breaths after seeing this. Some even moved further back lest they get involved in this mess. Many of the guests recognized this attendant. It was Dao attendant Lin, the servant of Daoist Lin from the Immaculate Expanse. Not to mention this attendant's powerful backing, this young man ahead surely wasn't a nice person either since he dared to eat dragon tendons publicly. At the very least, he must be very fierce. Moreover, this involved the teeming sea tribe, and no one with a sense of self-preservation wanted to deal with them. Wuxia chewed another dragon tendon, then gulped it down before slowly turning towards the attendant. Immaculate Expanse, right? Your progenitor also ate dragon tendons. He swallowed millions of tendons in one gulp. It is no big deal. Dao attendant Lin wanted to question Wuxia because the Immaculate Expanse had some friendship with the teeming sea tribe. After all, this tribe numbered in the billions, so it made sense that it had some relationships with the sects in this world. However, he didn't expect such a response from Wuxia. In the heaven spirit world, the majority of the top-level experts had all eaten dragon tendons before. After all, they were a type of delicacy. Even though he didn't know if his progenitor had eaten them or not, he didn't dare to deny this claim. Well, it is not the same in this case. He struggled to blurt out a reply. Wuxia took out another tendon and chewed on it carefully before lazily speaking. Oh? Not the same? How is it not similar? Do tell. Is it because your progenitor used fire to broil them instead? Then I would really be disappointed. That is like steaming a good pear. The best and most delicious way to eat dragon tendon is with turmeric and aged seasoning. Back then, when immortal Emperor Wugo was young, he used this very type of seasoning and ate tens of millions of dragon tendons. The teeming fish were so scared that they ran to the bottom of the sea and didn't dare to come out for a period of time. This became a well-known legend. As for your Immaculate Expanse progenitor, who knows what he did back then? Wuxia ate one more tendon at this point. He seemed to be quite pleased with this feast. In fact, many spectators were quietly swallowing their own saliva, but they didn't dare to join in. This delicious meal was no secret in the heaven spirit world. Everyone knew that the teeming fish were the most vicious and numerous. However, few people dared to say that their tendons were also extremely delicious. Wuxia truly made many people hungry, but no one wanted to incite the anger of the teeming tribe. His words also silenced Dao attendant Lin and shocked the inn's boss as well. He suddenly involved the Void Imperfection School. After all, this was no longer immortal Emperor Wugo's generation. His school also didn't want to provoke this fish tribe even if they were stronger. The real problem was that there were too many of them. You, Dao attendant Lin, couldn't retort. He struggled to say, "You are eating dragon tendons before all of us. This is a very cruel and evil display. The teeming tribe is part of the sea demons, a great race in the heaven spirit world. You are eating living cultivators, an extremely vicious path far from the Tao. Extremely vicious and straying away from the Tao?" Wuxia laughed in response. "If you are saying that I am vicious, then I will accept it. However, if this is because of me eating dragon tendons, then my teeth are about to fall out from laughter. Teeming tribe? They're nothing special, merely living creatures and no different from beasts. Not to mention that I am a human, even the sea demons in this world do not consider them to be cultivators." He carefully chewed on more tendons before leisurely continuing, "Don't think so highly of yourself. In their eyes, you cultivators are no different from food. They have eaten countless cultivators and mortals, so me eating them today is part of the natural order." At this point, he coldly glared at the boy. "When you eat meat, do you consider yourself to be cruel as well?" The attendant was speechless once again. Because of some ties with the teeming prince, he wanted to speak up for the teeming tribe, but he didn't expect to be left tongue-tied by Wuxia's swift rhetoric. The guests didn't dare to openly praise Wuxia's response despite agreeing in their minds. The teeming tribe being cruel was not anything new. Their enemies would eventually be eaten until there was nothing left. Countless cultivation sects had been destroyed and innumerable mortals had been devoured. Alas, the angry cultivators and lineages were apprehensive of them and didn't dare to speak up. Wuxia, today, said many things that resonated with the crowd, so they cheered him on in their minds. Li Qiye stopped paying attention to Dao attendant Lin and got bored after eating for a while. He immediately burned all of the fish and stood up to leave. The Dao attendant snorted while watching his departing back. The youth didn't expect to be humiliated like this. He had a hard time swallowing this anger. His master was Daoist Lin, the leader of the Immaculate Expanse. As his master's confidant, he was respected everywhere he went while basking in the spotlight. But today, this human junior didn't spare him any face at all in front of the crowd. He absolutely wouldn't let go of this grievance. After refining the necessary items, he left Shallow Beach and headed for the coral forest. Many cultivators were already here, waiting. They came from all corners of the oceans for the needlefish. Some were riding huge ships on the ocean while others were controlling swift shuttles. There were also those who rode sea turtles or gigantic whales. It was a colorful and diverse scene. These people had occupied some places at the coral forest, such as the hills. Many began to place traps around the coral trees just to wait for the needlefish. Fortunately, the forest was vast, so for the time being there was no fighting for spots. Li Qiye found Yi Tu and Ting Jiwen. The two of them had caught many insects for Li Qiye and already ground them to dust in accordance to his instructions. He found an open place and casually took a lap around to pick a spot before ordering the two boys, "Sprinkle this dust over the forest, do it all over the trees and ground." The two immediately followed his command. Meanwhile, Li Qiye placed his refined materials onto the ground. He wanted to refine something else here. It was an item that resembled a fish hook with a very long string. This overly long string actually covered the fish hook completely. When Li Qiye was ready and the two had sprayed the insect powder everywhere, Yi Tu asked with curiosity, "Young noble, what are you trying to do?" To which Li Qiye responded while calmly sitting on the highest position in this location, "Fishing." He asked, "Fishing? Fishing for the needlefish?" However, he immediately felt that this wasn't right. Li Qiye had said that he didn't care for the needlefish. He changed his question, "Is there something else besides the needlefish?" He was the supervisor of Shallow Beach and was very familiar with this area. Outside of the blossoming coral teas leading out the precious needlefish, the other marine creatures here were not worth fighting over. Li Qiye replied with a smile, "Yes, there is a devil shark, but you haven't seen it before." Devil shark? Yi Tu carefully thought about it, but he had never heard of such a fish in this neighborhood. Ting Jiwen was a bit more knowledgeable than Yi Tuesday. He recalled a legend after hearing Li Qiye and spoke with surprise, "The archdevil armored shark?" "Indeed, that's it." Li Qiye said, "I want to catch it, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to these lengths to prepare." "Archdevil armored shark?" Yi Tu asked Ting Jiwen, "What kind of fish is it?" Ting Jiwen shook his head, "I am not clear on the specifics. I only heard that it is an extremely vicious creature. It's also quite powerful as well. Legend states that it appeared in the bottomless trench, but no one has spotted it before." With that, he became a bit worried and asked, "People say that it is extremely strong, can we actually handle it?" "Not us." Li Qiye shook his head, "Just me. Stand to the side and watch to avoid accidents, or I won't be able to explain it to your sections." Chapter 1198, Lively Coral Forest. Both Yi Tu and Ting Jiwen didn't oppose or support his decision. Li Qiye looked around the area a bit to make sure everything was ready before telling the two, "Okay, the two of you should change as well. Transform and conceal your identities, it's up to you." "Transform?" Ting Jiwen was surprised. After all, he was the descendant of the Heavenvine Citadel. His conduct was open and straightforward, there was no need to hide or do anything in secret. Li Qiye smiled and said, "There will be disputes when benefits are up for grabs. Conflicts are inevitable, so when one of you happens to be from the Void Imperfection School and the other from the Heavenvine Citadel, it will have a negative influence if you two follow me around killing. Yi Tu quickly said, "Young noble, rest assured, the schoolmaster told me to guide you and be a good host. If anything happens in our territory, we will maneuver all 3 schools." This was not an exaggeration or a careless statement. There were very few things that the 3 schools couldn't handle due to their sheer strength. Teng Jiwen supported him as well. "Yi Tu is right, your enemy is our citadel's enemy. We will always tread together with you." The Sunflower forefather had instructed him earlier. This type of little trouble didn't matter to their citadel, so they naturally wanted to take on some risk for Wuxia. "The 2 of you are mistaken." Wuxia shook his head and smiled, "That isn't what I meant. Not wanting to cause trouble for the 2 of you is only a small part of the reason. The truth is that I don't want you to block my way." "Block your way?" The 2 of them were a bit confused after hearing this. Wuxia explained, "With you 2 and your sects, who would dare to come and provoke me? How can I find a reason to kill then?" Such words astounded the 2. It was as if the guy was overzealous in his quest to become a mass murderer. "There's no need to overthink things." Wuxia chuckled, "I love trouble, especially those who come to chase me. The more the better, so I can have a baptism of blood. This is the only thing that makes me feel alive and gets my blood boiling." With that, a glimmer of amusement flashed deep in his eyes. He could imagine this day play out already. The 2 of them glanced at each other. For some reason, Wuxia's smile creeped them out. It was like a beast showing a kind smile to a little rabbit. Anyone would be scared after seeing this smile. This had a greater effect on Teng Jiwen. He remembered when Wuxia didn't care for anything back at the Heaven Vine Citadel. He held the ancestors in disdain and ignored absolutely everything. Just imagining the possible massacre back at the Citadel left him shuddering. He could smell a sanguine stench right now. There was a faint scene of carnage with mountains of flesh and rivers of blood. The 2 of them quickly hid their true identities and turned into ordinary attendants before standing next to Wuxia. Wuxia sat down in a meditative pose inside the coral forest and slowly closed his eyes as if he was hibernating. He was not the only one to occupy an area here at the coral forest. Many people had occupied their own locations and drawn circles around their chosen zones to warn others. In a few short days, the vast coral forest became quite crowded. The latecomers didn't have any spots, so conflicts became inevitable. In this enclosed situation, those who came from powerful sects or were personally strong were at a great advantage. No one dared to compete with them for the hills. Even if they came later, they could easily seize others' territories. Thus, the place became particularly lively in a short amount of time. All kinds of cultivators from all the races appeared in the forest to wait for the flowers to blossom. Battles and robberies were common everyday occurrences. Many cultivators had yet to see the blossoming coral flowers before they fell in these struggles. Yan Yanglong came as well during this waiting period. He came by himself. The places he stepped on were illuminated by sunlight. After walking around the coral forest, he chose a hill near the bottomless trench. The problem was that some other cultivators had already claimed it. He stood above them while sweeping over them with his eyes and told these cultivators, "This place is mine. Will you leave by your own volition or will I have to resort to force?" The people who occupied this land didn't want to fight against Yan Yanglong, so they packed their items and handed this hill over to him. No one would laugh at them for conceding in this fashion. Yan Yanglong was a disciple of the extreme young monarch. This meant that he had enough strength to look down on them. Which minor sect or vagrant cultivator was willing to mess with the monarch's disciple? Not long after this event, Gongsun Qianer arrived as well. Her entourage was much bigger than Yan Yanglong's. Her followers were all powerful. Their group, under her lead, was quite bullish. Everyone had to make way for them. No one dared to say a word about her aggressive attitude. Even though she was only a maid, they didn't look down on her status and strength. Her master was a concubine of the profound god monarch. This was a young character known by all in the heaven spirit world. He came from Gu Chun's 4 branches and had already become a god monarch. It could be said that he was invincible among the younger generation. In terms of status and power, Yan Yanglong was not necessarily higher than Gongsun Qianer at all. She took fancy to a bay close to the trench due to its excellent location. It had changed masters several times, so the current cultivator occupying it wasn't friendly at all. He also came from a big sect and had just killed the last person who occupied this location. She glanced over and told this cultivator, "Scram, this place is mine." However, he didn't leave. He came from a big sect that was also quite famous at the Jade Sea. If he was to scram after she told him so, how could he have any face left? He replied with a cold expression, "You are too overbearing, I have already occupied this place." She declared in a domineering manner, "I'll make you scram then." She had a high status back at the Profound Sea dynasty, one of the 4 branches, so she didn't care for a young cultivator of the same generation as her. This cultivator stood up and sneered, "Fine, let me see the great techniques of the Profound Sea dynasty, I hope you have at least learned a little from them." The followers next to her scowled and wanted to teach this guy a lesson, however she stopped them and revealed a cold smile, "Such impudent words, worthy of death." The phoenix hairpin in her hair flew out before she finished speaking. It was violet in color and turned into a purple ray that moved at an indiscernible speed. It would pierce through people's forehead before they could react. This cultivator was also strong and had great reaction speed. With a changed expression, he formed a mudra to stop the hairpin. Pluff! Blood slowly spilled. The cultivator's eyes were wide open as he fell down. It was useless even if he was faster, his mudra couldn't stop this hairpin. Not only did it penetrate his mudra, it also went straight through his forehead. It was a fatal blow. She recalled her hairpin and coldly spat out, "Just an ant." This hairpin was a treasure bestowed by the Profound Sea God Monarch. It was quite powerful, so ordinary cultivators couldn't stop its lethal might. The crowd was astonished by this and didn't dare to say a word or come closer. Back at Shallow Beach, she would have scruples about killing people due to it being under the jurisdiction of the Void Imperfection School. However, in this coral forest, she could kill whoever she wanted. Many people were unwilling to near her in order to avoid getting killed. Li Chia's hill was quite far from the bottomless trench. Very few people would care about his location, so it was a quiet stay for him. Of course, he wasn't here for the needlefish, so he didn't need to pick a place too close to the bottomless trench. He was sitting here with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. Not long after Yan Yanglong and Gongsun Qianer got here, Dao attendant Lin came as well. He also took a lap around the forest before stopping at Li Chia's hill. A bit courageous. In a world dominated by the 3 great races, a human actually dares to occupy a mountain by himself. He stopped and coldly stared at Li Chia. Back at the inn, he had been completely humiliated by Li Chia. If they weren't at Shallow Beach, he would have taught the fool a lesson already. Chapter 1199, Needlefish. Li Chia turned a deaf ear to the attendant's taunt. He remained there in his meditative pose and simply ignored the attendant. Such an arrogant display enraged the attendant once again. He snorted and said, "Ignorant junior, and arrogant as well. I'm afraid you will die without a burial not long from now." Some cultivators noticed this from the distance. Humans were quite rare in the heaven spirit world, but this youth was arrogant enough. Not long ago, he opposed the teeming sea tribe and now, he was looking down on Dao attendant Lin. From this, he offended 2 big lineages in the Jade Sea right away. Just what was this human boy's background? Li Chia finally opened his eyes and revealed a smile. "Come if you dare, your uncle will crush you with one hand. If you are afraid, then get the hell out of here, don't disturb my peace." The attendant's expression quickly shifted as a murderous glint flashed across his pupils. However, he restrained himself from taking action. The crowd became even more confused about this human junior who was spouting such overbearing words. Everyone thought that the attendant would attack right away to kill Wuxia. However, the attendant took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He gave a cruel smile and sneered, "Ignorant brat, it is not difficult for me to take your dog life. However, the teeming marquis has declared that he wants to personally take your life and let you experience a fate worse than death. Just wait, at that time, you will regret having been born into this world. Maybe you will even beg me to end your life then." Many people became afraid after hearing this. Someone murmured, "Teeming marquis, will there not be a single blade of grass left?" The teeming marquis was a royal member of the teeming sea tribe and one of its fierce generals. He had previously led an army of millions to eradicate several lineages. Rumor has it that wherever his army went, not even a single blade of grass would be left. They didn't only eat their enemies but also all vegetation. Anything with life would be completely chewed up. Not long ago, Wuxia had killed a group of teeming fish. These fish were the Marquis soldiers. The Marquis was famous for his brutality in the Jade Sea, so he was infuriated when someone publicly ate his soldiers and dragon tendons. Thus, he declared that he would make Wuxia suffer. Wuxia caught a quick glimpse of the attendant before slowly closing his eyes again. The attendant didn't pursue the matter. If it wasn't for the Marquis declaration, he would have taken this brat's head already. He snorted and left. Not long after, he selected a hill. The cultivator here saw that he wanted it and quickly gathered his stuff and handed over the land. This smart cultivator made the attendant's expression much better. His prestige was still there, very few people in the forest would dare to provoke his authority. The sea creatures didn't dare to appear. Whether they be crabs or fish, all were hiding since they could sense the terrifying murderous intent from the large number of cultivators present. As the day of blossoming approached, the cultivators became more and more quiet in anticipation. They would take action the moment the needlefish came out and immediately retreat after catching the first batch. Eventually, the coral flowers were about to blossom. The entire forest turned silent like the calm before the storm. The little buds finally came out from these flowers. All of them had different colors in the center, making them resemble stars. Many beautiful flowers bloomed throughout the entire forest in a quiet yet spectacular manner. To see these flowers blooming at the same time was quite shocking and difficult to describe with words. In a short amount of time, the star-like buds of different colors made this entire area look like a magnificent galaxy, pulling at the spectators' heartstrings. Everyone held their breaths since they didn't want to break this beautiful serenity while the millions of coral flowers blossomed. In this moment, many people felt that they were immersed in a sea of stars and became in touch with just how vast this world truly was. Eventually, all the flower buds finally came out. The pollen began to shed from the flower's core and drifted away with the current. Shortly after, this colorful pollen dyed everything with their shades. The entire area was gorgeous and spectacular. The crowd became even more nervous while gazing at the bottomless trench. They were all waiting for the needlefish to appear. Only Wuxia remained calm on his hill without even bothering to look at the trench. Crash! Finally, the sea current surged with waves. The coral forest's water began to move violently as well. They saw silver shadows rushing out from the trench. The moment these shadows appeared, a net was cast over the sky above the coral forest. Upon a closer inspection, these shadows were fish swimming for the coral flowers. This was the meaning behind their name. Each of them was as small as a needle and their eyes were even smaller than sesame seeds. Their speed was quite frightening, like a meteor flashing by. Because of this, when they rushed out, the net immediately blotted out the forest. Someone shouted after seeing them, "Needlefish." The rest of the crowd got ready. Ah! However, someone screamed before anyone took action. A weak cultivator wanted to catch these fish, but he couldn't stop these fast creatures. When a big flock of them rushed over, they pierced him and turned him into a sieve in their quick frenzy. At this time, everyone else shouted and immediately maneuvered against these fish in order to catch them. The majority of cultivators came prepared. One took out a huge net and instantly covered many of the fish. This net was a great treasure, but he couldn't pull it back. He was stuck in the net as well and was pulled by the fish all the way down the bottomless trench. Gongsun Qianer, Dao Attendant Lin, and Yen Yanglong finally took action. They all came from imperial lineages, so they were quite powerful. They caught a large group of fish right away, unlike the other cultivators here. In this fashion, cultivators were busy catching these fish. However, more were still rushing out from the trench in an endless manner as if they wanted to crush this whole region. The ones that weren't caught crazily ate the pollen from the flowers. They were like rampaging winds. Wherever they went, the initially colorful seawater would turn clear again. It was quite a majestic scene. Li Qia's location was quite far from the trench. Although some fish managed to break through the barricade, there weren't many of them that came to this place to eat. Li Qia continued to ignore them by sitting there. Boom! While everyone was trying to catch these fish, the current became turbulent. A group of sea demons split the water to come to this place. This new group resembled an army more than a school of fish. Get out of the way! Scram! They came with an aggressive momentum. Anyone who stood in their path was instantly killed and their blood dyed the water red. Teeming fish. It is the Marquis. A cultivator screamed after seeing the army that consisted of tens of thousands of fish and quickly retreated. In a short moment, this army of sea demons completely surrounded Li Qia's hill with several layers of fish. A chilling aura pervaded this region with the arrival of this demon army. Chapter 1200, Teeming Marquis. The atmosphere of the coral forest was strained to the extreme after being invaded by the mass of teeming fish. Even those who were catching needlefish stopped in their tracks. Many were frightened at the sight of the nearly 100,000 teeming fish surrounding the hills nearby. They quickly left this troubled location in order to stay safe. In terms of individual strength, these fish were not that strong. Many cultivators were confident in killing an ordinary fish in a one-on-one. However, their sheer numbers made them dreadful. Killing one teeming fish would be the same as provoking thousands or even hundreds of thousands of teeming fish. This was the most frightening matter. Someone is about to be very unlucky. A cultivator murmured after seeing the fish encircling Li Qia. Li Qia still didn't open his eyes despite being completely trapped. One person stepped out at this time. It was a teeming fish in full human form. In this great army, very few fish had a human form. Although a few of them were very strong, they still had characteristics of fish remaining. For example, some had 2 hands and a human head, but their body was still that of a fish. As for others, they only had a human's head. The majority of them were still in fish form. The humanoid expert wore armor and had an imposing demeanor. He emitted a powerful aura and a bloodthirsty glare. His entire being gave off the smell of blood as if he had bathed in it, resulting in a chilling air. Teeming Marquis. A person shuddered after seeing him. This was a noble of the teeming tribe. It was said that he had several 100,000 troops, and this number might have reached the millions mark. He was a marquis that recently rose to prominence in their tribe and was notorious for his cruelty. You are the brat that ate dragon tendons. He stared at Li Qia with bloodthirst in his eyes. Li Qia finally opened his eyes. However, he was not looking at the teeming marquis but at one particular needlefish. Although millions of these fish were trapped in this forest by cultivators, some still made it to this particular region and were crazily devouring the pollen in the water. This fish was not that much different from the others. If one had to point something out, it would be that this fish had a pair of feelers that others didn't. They were extremely small, one on each side, and were quite difficult to see even upon carefully scrutinizing it. The other needlefish were eating the pollen in the water, but this one was eating the insect powder that Yi Tu and Ting Jiwen ground and scattered on the ground. The Marquis was not happy at being scorned by Wuxia, so his expression turned sour. He smiled cruelly. "Ignorant brat, today, I will show you a fate worse than death." Wuxia finally turned back to look at the Marquis and slowly said, "Run now and I'll spare your dog life. Otherwise, I will massacre the entire teeming tribe in the future." The crowd was speechless after hearing this. People looked at each other and felt that this statement was too outrageous. Someone murmured, "He's not afraid of biting his tongue while bragging at all." Over the millions of years, a few people had made this claim that they would destroy the teeming tribe. Some had even attacked their lairs, but in the end, they couldn't wipe out this race due to its great numbers. But now, this human junior was making this claim. This was simply not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth and, in the eyes of the spectators, being too naive. Which hole did this kid come out from? He doesn't know how terrifying the teeming fish are. A cultivator shook his head. Good, good, good. The Marquis actually smiled instead of becoming angry. He turned back to the tens of thousands of fish behind him and shouted, "My children, did you hear that? This little animal says he wants to destroy our tribe." Boisterous laughter immediately resounded. All the fish started laughing and felt that there couldn't be a better joke than this. "Well, since this animal dares to make this claim, we don't need to be polite anymore." The Marquis smilingly said, "Children, it is time to eat. Remember, 1 bite per person, but don't kill him just yet. Peck his flesh but let him survive. I want to torture him." Affirmative. All of the teeming fish shouted and immediately rushed towards Wuxia like hungry sharks. At this time, they didn't try to attack him with lightning, they wanted him to feel his flesh being torn apart so that he would suffer the agonizing pain. The Marquis exposed a cruel smile as his horde rushed towards Wuxia. In his mind, it would only take an instant for Wuxia to be eaten by his underlings until only his bones were left, letting him survive with only a single breath remaining. That would be when he would use the most vicious method to let this brat live on. His wails would echo across the entire region. The cultivators here couldn't bear to watch. They could already see the brutal scene and Wuxia's miserable end. However, some of them were gloating as well. They believed that this human junior was courting death. He chose to barge into hell instead of heading for heaven. Opposing the teeming fish would bring about a genocide. Mere ants wanting to commit suicide. Wuxia was too lazy to look at the fish, for his eyes were still fixated on that one needlefish. Right when all the fish rushed over and were about to attack Wuxia spread out his palm and coldly declared, "Die." A huge black hole emerged from his palm, engulfing all of the teeming fish like a tidal wave. The black hole twisted all the fish into fleshy suds before swallowing them whole. "Ah!" Screams shrieked left and right. Before the teeming fish knew what was happening, all of them were devoured by the black hole without even leaving behind a corpse. Myriad Dao Fist, Heaven Devourer Evil Fist. This was based on the Heaven Devourer Evil physique. The moment it came out, the fish were no different from moths flying towards a flame. It was an attack that resembled a shark capable of swallowing everything, while the teeming fish were only tiny prey barely enough to satiate the fist's appetite. This reversal shocked everyone, including the teeming Marquis. In the next second, his body was up in the air. Before the crowd could grasp the situation, Wuxia was gripping the Marquis by the neck. This only took a split second, so no one really saw it happen. Wuxia glared at the fish and chillingly uttered, "Just an ant that's barely at the heavenly sovereign level, yet you dare to prance around in front of me?" While spasming, the Marquis had difficulty speaking with his neck gripped. Eventually, he gasped for breath but didn't change his ferocious nature. He cried out, "Little animal, even if you kill me, my race will not spare you. Our billion-strong armies will tear you into pieces and eradicate your 10 clans." Countless people held their breaths while watching this scene. They knew that this was not just an exaggeration. The teeming race had established numerous countries in the vast oceans. What was even more scary was that they were quite unified. Killing one of their marquises would bring about revenge from these innumerable fish. The marquis was not strong by himself, but behind him were hundreds of countries and billions of citizens. This was the scariest part. "I'll be waiting." Wuxia smiled and placed his palm on the marquis' body. Pop! The marquis let out a shrill scream. His cultivation was destroyed by Wuxia, thus his true body was revealed. He was a gigantic fish. Wuxia's palm ran on the fish's body, stripping him into thin slices. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton of the fish appeared. One could still see a heart beating inside. Wuxia instantly ripped the dragon tendon from the fish's backbone, severing it of its life. He casually threw the tendon into his mouth and began chewing. He looked around at the other cultivators before swallowing and spoke, "If you see any teeming fish, let them know that I, Wuxia, do not like them. They better scram to the ends of the world to get away from me. Otherwise, not only will I tear them apart, I'll also eat their dragon tendons as an appetizer for my wine." Chapter 12:01, Archdevil Armored Shark. Vicious and domineering. These were the 2 words that people found most appropriate to describe this human boy. Some were truly shaken and couldn't calm down after this spectacle. This was a blatant challenge to the teeming tribe. Just how overbearing was this? Not to mention a single cultivator, even a lineage wouldn't dare to do this. But now, the human youth named Wuxia had killed tens of thousands of soldiers of the teeming marquis. Moreover, he even ate the marquis tendon in front of the crowd. This was too much to take in. Is he a virtuous paragon? A cultivator calmed down and shuddered. Even if he isn't a paragon, he must be a heaven's equal king. However, it was trapped by Wuxia's fingers and wouldn't budge, so her summoning was useless. Die. A cold glint flashed across Wuxia's eyes, a glint that cut straight to the heart. My master is the divine queen. She knew that the situation wasn't favorable and screamed out in order to use her backing. However, she had yet to finish speaking when the sound of something being pierced came about. The hairpin had instantly shot through her skull. A bloody hole appeared as a string of blood began to flow. Her eyes were still wide open as her body slowly fell down. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect someone would actually dare to kill her. Junior. Her followers regained their sanity and shouted at the same time before lunging at Wuxia. Roar! The shark cried out. With a popping sound, it swallowed all of these followers in one gulp. The coral forest went quiet right away. All of the cultivators here felt pressured and glanced at each other. Not long before this, Wuxia was massacring the teeming sea tribe. Now, he even killed Gongsun Qianer. This was not only offending the teeming tribe but also the 4 branches of Guchun. What a domineering and arrogant showing. Dao attendant Lin and Yen Yanglong were astonished as well. This was doubly true for the attendant. His heart felt cold since he didn't expect this human junior to be so powerful. Chapter 12:02, Untethered Vessel. Wuxia ignored the others and remounted the Archdevil Armored Shark before shouting, "Go!" With that, the shark issued a roar and rushed for the bottomless trench before disappearing into its dark abyss. What does he want to do? A while later, many people calmed down and began to murmur among themselves. Yi Tu's and Ting Jiwen's minds returned as well. It was already too late when they thought about following him. In fact, the 2 of them couldn't catch up to the shark's speed anyway. Yi Tu looked at Ting Jiwen and asked, what is this about? Ting Jiwen replied by shaking his head, I don't know either. His actions aren't something you and me can speculate. Maybe it has something to do with the sea-crossing shuttle. We will have to wait until he returns to find out. Ting Jiwen had learned about the shark from an ancient scroll from his citadel. However, he didn't truly understand the mysteries involved. Li Qiye made the shark go to the deepest part of the trench. Its depth was truly of an unfathomable magnitude. Some even said that there was no bottom. Who knew where its base was located? The shark cut through the trench's waves for a long time. Crash! Eventually, it slammed into a cliff and swiftly rushed inside. At this moment, splashing sounds came about, as if the shark had just leaped out of the sea and into the sky. It entered a different space, a lonely space without stars, a sun or a moon, only the coldness of the void existed here. Not even time was present, it was a land of eternal banishment. In this chilling space was a huge naval shuttle seemingly capable of freely crossing through the ocean. It had an ancient bronze hue, as if it was cast from plain bronze. It had been in this icy void for so long that it was covered with patina and was near the point of rusting. This gigantic shuttle had 2 doors to its left and right with many runes and totems on them. They were too archaic to be understood. Outside of the 4 doors, nothing else could be found. Alas, the ship wouldn't be particularly eye-catching if placed anywhere else. However, Li Qiye was attracted by this shuttle. His gaze tightly toured over it before murmuring, "Oh, my untethered vessel. How can the world know your worth? Only those who don't understand your value would call you the sea-crossing shuttle." People in the heaven spirit world had spotted this vessel before, and not on just one occasion. These people gave it the name sea-crossing shuttle. The name meant that it could be used to traverse through the bottomless trench, but no one knew if this was true or not. Most of them were ordinary disciples from large and small sects alike. Some were even vagabonds, so they didn't know what this huge shuttle was. Sea-crossing shuttle. Eventually, an old cultivator who looked like an old mortal shouted, "It is the legendary sea-crossing shuttle. It is here again. What is this sea-crossing shuttle?" Other cultivators were still lost after hearing this old man. They had never heard this name before, let alone knowing what it was about. According to legend, the sea-crossing shuttle can reach the charming fragmented realm. Charming fragmented realm, Dao attendant Lin and Yen Yanglong from the great lineages were astounded to hear this. They finally knew what this ship ahead was. They turned and left in order to send messages to their sects about the appearance of the shuttle. Chapter 1203, Charming Fragmented Realm. News of the shuttle's appearance quickly spread across the entire Jade Sea to the corners of the heaven spirit world. Many cultivators were moved by this information. Many great lineages sent disciples to the coral forest. They had their own speculations regarding this matter. Of course, there were some sects who had no interest in this matter and didn't send out any disciples. A sect master from a lineage that was interested in the matter murmured, "Wow, the sea-crossing shuttle is back. It is capable of reaching the fragmented realm and hasn't appeared for generations. What is the meaning behind this? Does this mean that some mysteries will be solved?" In a powerful lineage that didn't want to participate, an old virtuous paragon shook his head and said, "So what about the shuttle? And the same goes for the fragmented realm. It would be a fruitless trip since that place has already become mere ruins." An expert under his faction spoke, "But I heard when immortal Emperor Gu Chun was young, he went there and obtained a supreme fortune, the source of the charming spirits." Li Qiye replied, "There are too many things people don't know in this world." Yi Tu glanced at the shuttle and asked, "Where do they lead?" "They have never been opened." Li Qiye slowly spoke, "As for their destinations, who knows? The world will find out once they open. Of course, that day might never come." Li Qiye knew full well that it wasn't easy to open the other 3 doors of the shuttle. In fact, when the time was ripe, they would open by themselves. However, everything would change when that day comes. Wuxia spoke, "Come, let us enter. After finding what I need, I will still have to see your ancestral whale." After hearing this, the duo was quite moved because the whale of the Void Imperfection 3 schools was too mysterious and full of legends. However, few had seen it. At the very least, they were not qualified to see it. The two of them followed him into the portal. A world unraveled before them. It was a fragmented world full of questions. Here, the mountains were either shattered or torn asunder. The earth was split by shocking scars everywhere. Even the oceans here had boiled into deserts. Up in the sky, gigantic peaks had been pulled down by universal laws. Enormous stars from up above fell onto the ground. From these individual scenes, one could imagine the horrifying events that transpired here. It could have been a natural disaster or a heaven-shattering war. Chapter 1204, The World Beneath the Creek. In this broken realm, Teng Jiwen and Yi Tu had different feelings. They couldn't explain it clearly, but they felt that they were overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. It was difficult to point out whether this was a happy or sad emotion amidst their confusion. This was especially true for Yi Tu. This sentiment continued to linger within him. "It is affecting your instincts," Wuxia explained while the two were still uncertain. He then looked at Yi Tu and said, "You are a charming spirit, so this is even more intense for you." Yi Tu had to ask, "Is this place really related to our race?" Though this was his first visit here, he had heard his seniors talking about it before. Their wise sages had made a prediction. Because of this, experts from their race had entered this place many times throughout history. Even their Void Imperfect 3 schools had explored this place, but all left without great results. Wuxia maintained his mysterious smile instead of giving an answer. He looked at the horizon and said, "Let's go, there is a place we must reach." With that, he took the first step forward. The two boys quickly gave chase. The group took their time. Along their journey, many people from all over the world could be seen entering the realm. The majority of the cultivators here were eager to find treasures or fortunes among the ruins. Because of this, people were digging deep into the ground or using their divine intents to sweep through the mountains and rivers. Some were climbing to higher places while others drilled into the earth in their search. Because of the legend of immortal Emperor Gu Chun, knowing that nothing might come of this trip didn't deter people's enthusiasm and interest. Everyone dreamed of becoming the second immortal Emperor Gu Chun. Cultivators dug one mountain after another and plowed the land to no avail. They didn't find anything at all, let alone a great fortune. One of them complained, "The charming fragmented realm is truly a wasteland, there is nothing here. How could it be so easy to find a great fortune? It wouldn't be called a fortune if it was easily found." His friend smiled and comforted him, "You know, since the start of time, how many people were like immortal Emperor Gu Chun? He was the only one. The first emperor of the 9 worlds. The first immortal emperor. If his fortune came so easily, he wouldn't have been the first emperor." After hearing his friend, the cultivator regained his spirits and continued to look for fortunes and treasures. The legend was a great moving force for these adventurers. They continued to look over and over again without giving up. In their minds was the image of the first emperor of the 9 worlds, the pride of the charming spirits, immortal Emperor Gu Chun. After seeing the fruitless searches of the other cultivators, Yi Tu asked Wuxia, "Is this a forsaken land? Did it used to hide a great secret?" Although Wuxia had mentioned his progenitor's success at finding a supreme treasures in this place, the later generations had never heard of someone else who found something, not even a piece of scrap metal. Who says a secret realm must have treasures and fortunes? Wuxia looked at the youth and smilingly replied, "Must the forefathers bury treasures or leave behind fortunes in this place so that the future generations can come to find them?" But immortal Emperor Gu Chun really did receive a fortune in this place. Yi Tu hesitated a bit before replying. Li Qie laughed in response, because he is immortal Emperor Gu Chun. It's just as these people have been repeating, how many were similar to him since the start of time? Nobody, since only one could become the first emperor. Having said that, he pointed at this head and continued, in this place, items, treasures, and even fortunes, none of these matter. The crucial part is here. If you can understand, you will have a harvest. If you can't, then there is nothing worth remembering in this place. It will be a wasteland like the people say. Yi Tu interjected, young noble, our progenitor found something here as well. Why is it that immortal Emperor Wu Go could find something but others can't? Li Qie smiled, this place is different from the other locations, including the 12 burial grounds. The burial grounds are places with buried treasures, but it would be a huge mistake to use that logic here. Teng Jiwen asked, how is this place different from the others? Li Qie pondered for a moment with a forlorn gaze before answering insipidly, in a distant age, it supported an entire race. And it's not just this land, the shuttle that you both call the Sea Crossing Shuttle is included as well. It signified endless hope. Endless hope? Teng Jiwen murmured. This casual sentence from Li Qie left him with an everlasting aftertaste. If you can understand this, then you will become the second immortal Emperor Gu Chun. Li Qie looked at Teng Jiwen who was trying to make sense of this. Teng Jiwen coughed and said, Sir, you are messing with me. I am a treant, so I can't become an immortal emperor. Li Qie laughed and replied, you are right, but understanding the meaning of this place will grant you a lifetime of benefits even if you are a treant. The youth shook his head, Sir, you think too highly of me. As everyone said before, immortal Emperor Gu Chun is unique. As for me, even though my talents aren't bad, I am only an insect compared to the emperors. I know my own worth very well. Teng Jiwen was telling the truth. As the successor of the Heavenvine Citadel, his talents weren't bad at all. He wasn't looking down on himself either, it was just that he knew he was far from being comparable to the emperors. The group walked for a long time before they reached a waterfall. It was pouring down from a cliff so high that it seemed to be falling from the sky. Its current flowed along the terrain, but its stream was divided into several smaller creeks even over yonder. Li Qie picked a creek and waded into the water with the two youths. The next second, they sank to the bottom. At this time, he took out a sea clam, the one that he caught at the bottomless trench. He threw it into the creek and said, Go, you can find your way home by yourself. Afterwards, he turned towards the duo and warned, Follow my footsteps closely, do not make the slightest mistake. His serious expression made the boys shudder. They didn't dare to be careless and quickly nodded. The clam began to move while wiggling at the bottom of the creek. The pearl within emitted a golden light as if it was guiding the way. It left behind a faint trace of light. Li Qie followed it step by step in a very meticulous manner. He knew that one misstep would ruin all of his efforts and that he would have to start all over again. The duo behind Li Qie was even more careful. They nervously followed right behind Li Qie and stepped on his footprints without daring to be careless. At first, they felt that there was nothing special here. The current of the creek continued to flow with fishes and shrimps swimming about. However, they suddenly realized that the space around them was a mirage. Suddenly this was an ancient path, no longer the simple path of the creek. This path led all the way to the sky. They walked upward as if this was a process to ascend to deityhood. However, they saw some terrifying scenes. In this space, they saw unbelievably gigantic warships. They hovered in space like stars and each of them could carry continents spanning millions and millions of miles. Such warships had been destroyed. Some were split in two while others had huge holes that went straight through them. Others had uneven gaps while more were shattered nearly to the point of being unrecognizable. Amidst their daze, they saw countless fragments floating in space. The fragments were bits of cracked sabers, broken swords, and fragmented axes. Furthermore, they saw skeletons. Some of the skeletons were enormous, as if they were huge monsters that still had a golden glow to them. Chapter 1205, Mysterious Statue. The duo was jolted after seeing all of these spectacles. They couldn't tell reality from illusion, or even if they were actually in this strange place or not. Stabilize your mind or you will never be able to come back. Suddenly, Wuxia's voice rang in their minds like a wake-up call. Their lucidity returned as they sobered up. They found that they were still down in the creek. The current was still quietly flowing along with the little creatures swimming about as if nothing had changed. The three continued on this path for an unknown period of time. Eventually, Wuxia led them out of the creek. A gentle breeze brushed by and startled them. They found themselves on a flat plain, but just like before, they couldn't determine if this place was real or not. Fortunately, they didn't go too far before walking to a pile of rubble. Countless bits of gravel were scattered on the ground, but upon careful observation, they turned out to be pieces of stone statues. The rubble was quite sizable. As they went on deeper into the plain, the two looked at some of the broken statues. They had been destroyed beyond repair. There was simply no way of knowing what they used to look like. The two had a hard time imagining what had actually happened here in the past. Eventually, they reached the inner part of these ruins and found a complete statue. It was quite tall, more than 10 meters high. It had stood strong for countless eras, but these eras left their mark on it. Under the polishing of the years, it had become a bit gray. Its slender contours and elegant clothing indicated that this was a statue of a woman. However, the facial features of the statue had grown blurry under the polishing of countless years. There was no way to see through its facial features. Such a statue resembled something carved out of snow, slowly melting away with the passing of time. The vague lines and contours of the statue caused the woman's face to remain a mystery. The duo gazed at it carefully. They didn't know whether the statue was initially like this or if it had been weathered by time, or if something else had happened to it. Wuxia stood before the statue without speaking. He stared at it in a daze, not blinking for a long time. The other two couldn't figure out what was so captivating about the statue or why Wuxia was so fascinated by it. Nevertheless, they didn't dare to disturb him. After a long time, Wuxia turned around and asked, "Are you two all right?" The two were surprised and wryly chuckled in their minds. They should be the ones asking Wuxia this. It was Wuxia who stood there looking at the statue in a daze, not them. Yi Tu shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Wuxia smiled a little while looking at Tu without saying anything. Tingjiwen asked, "Sir, earlier, was it real or fake?" "What are you referring to?" Wuxia clarified. Tingjiwen found that Wuxia's response was quite strange, as if they had incongruous viewpoints. "The things we saw in the creek earlier." He elaborated despite his slight confusion. Wuxia looked at him and replied, "Whether the images are real or fake depends on your Tao heart. Real is fake and fake is real, false is also true and true is also false." After hearing this, both the youths were lost in the fog and scratched their heads like confused monks. Wuxia paid no mind to the two and took out a jade bowl. He whispered to it and performed a complex and strange ritual. It was a very ancient rite with a purpose unknown to even Tingjiwen. He whispered for a bit and the ceremony ended with him raising the jade bowl over his head. At this time, one could hear the splashing of water. Two very small streams of water fell down from above, into his bowl. Yi Tu murmured, "The statue is crying." The two of them looked up to see tears coming out of the statue. They were quite moved and stood there in a daze. They suddenly saw an illusion of the statue being alive. At this point, it was not something made out of stone or marble, it was a living being sealed in this location. At this point, they could no longer tell the nature of this statue before them. Once Li Qia's bowl was filled, the tears stopped and Li Qia carefully put it away. Yi Tu curiously asked, "Young noble, what is that?" Li Qia looked at the statue and said, "Mortal tears, the tears of compassion and pity for the common people. It can stimulate someone's desire for life." Li Qia came for this bowl of tears in order to replenish the peacock tree's life. He glanced at the statue and said, "Let's go. We have obtained what we needed, there's no point in insisting on something we can't obtain." With that, he turned and left with the duo trailing behind him. They exited the heap of rubble. "What a shame." Li Qia spoke from the lead, "I thought the two of you would be able to see something after coming here or at least obtain a little fortune. It seems like this was not meant to be." "A fortune?" Both of them were surprised. They thought he only came for the mortal tears. "Yes, a kind of opportunity." Li Qia explained, "If you two were fated, then you would have been able to see something, especially about these statues. Alas, there were no such visions. This means that it was not predestined." Their eyes darted to each other. At this time, they realized why Li Qia was being so abstruse earlier. After realizing this, the two quickly turned around. However, the ruins were no more and even the flat plain was gone. There was only a vast emptiness. This sudden development badly frightened the two. From start to finish, they didn't know that they were standing in the void. They couldn't believe their own eyes at this moment. "Don't look, one can't force a missed opportunity," Li Qia flatly said while walking in front. The two felt regretful after hearing this. They didn't know that they had given up an opportunity, one that was skirting next to them. Yi Tu couldn't help but ask, "Are there any other fortunes and opportunities here?" It is different for everyone, so what they meet is different as well. There is no way of forcing this matter. Your inability to see the fortune means that you haven't reached the necessary level. He turned to look at Yi Tu. "However, in this place, there is a higher number of opportunities for the charming spirits." After hearing this, Yi Tu suddenly connected the dots and blurted out, "Young noble, are you saying that the young immortal Emperor Gu Chun also came to this place?" Li Qia only smiled without replying. The two were lamenting. After all, they had missed a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Li Qia spoke, "There's no need to feel bad, it isn't something that can be forced. Not everyone can become immortal Emperor Gu Chun, there is nothing you can do about it." The two of them could only sigh. Li Qia had already shown great kindness by taking the two of them here. It was their own lack of ability that made them miss this chance. "Jiwen, I have taught you what I can, so I have done enough for your citadel and that old geezer Sunflower." Li Qia continued, "But as for Yi Tu, since you have been helping me out and took the time to come here, I will help you obtain something." After hearing this, Yi Tu hurriedly answered, "To assist young noble is what I should do. If I dared to neglect my duty, the schoolmaster would have broken my bones. How could I dare to seek something from you?" Li Qia gently waved his hand and said, "Every cause has an effect, I will not let people who help me do so for nothing. It would be foolish to not take readily available treasures, I am only presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, that's all." Yi Tu had no response to this and only scratched his head. Teng Jiwen, on the other hand, had nothing to say. He didn't think that Li Qia was being unfair. What Li Qia had passed down to him was more than enough for a lifetime. Chapter 1206, Divine Well. The sea-crossing shuttle traveled along the bottomless trench. It slowly floated to the surface but then descended once again, as if it was very slowly returning to the trench. It looked like there was a force down there that was connected to the shuttle, not allowing it to leave the ocean or deviate from its route. In the last several days, many experts from the great powers ran here. After entering the fragmented realm, they rarely showed themselves again. This was especially true for lineages from the charming spirit race, such as the Void Imperfection 3 schools. They weren't here for treasures or some intangible and elusive fortunes of legend, their goal was to unravel the mystery. Thus, these experts maintained a low profile and didn't want others to know about them. Of course, there were also those who put on airs such as the teeming Crown Prince. Ever since he arrived at the Broken Realm, he arrogantly announced, "The human named Wuxia, show yourself. Daring to oppose the teeming tribe? This prince will eat you alive." Many people stayed far away from the Crown Prince. They felt creeped out after hearing his desire to eat Wuxia raw. Everyone knew that in recent days, the teeming tribe had been issuing threats. The Crown Prince didn't bring an army like the others, only 10 old men. All of them were experts with human forms that emitted frightening auras. As for the prince, his blood energy was even more vigorous and powerful. For the teeming tribe, under ordinary conditions, one would be able to fully turn into a human form upon reaching the heavenly sovereign realm. Someone whispered after hearing the prince's declaration, "It might be over for Wuxia. The teeming Crown Prince is here in person." This shows that the clan is very serious about this. Who would be willing to save him, a human, and offend the entire teeming tribe? The Crown Prince was very different from the teeming Marquis. Even though the Marquis was a noble of the tribe, the position of Crown Prince was much higher. He was the regal firstborn of the teeming tribe master. In the heaven spirit world, there were millions upon millions of teeming fish that made up a million kingdoms. Of course, this number of kingdoms was greatly exaggerated, but there were at least several thousand. The tribe master had a pivotal position in the tribe. He could even command the billions of fish and thousands of kingdoms in this world. Thus, one could extrapolate the Crown Prince's great status. Today, when he personally took action for revenge, it truly showed their race's stance on this matter. Moreover, the prince himself was not a useless person. Rumor has it that he was already a virtuous paragon. He was quite renowned in this world. Some said that he might be weaker than the supreme geniuses such as the profound God Monarch or the Sea-Shield Heavenly Prince, but his reputation was still immense. Thus, everyone knew that this human junior named Wuxia was dead for sure after hearing the prince's desire. Moreover, it would be a very ugly death. There were a lot of people in a certain location within the Broken Realm. Some stayed for a long time, unwilling to leave. Among them were many experts. In fact, there was nothing particularly remarkable about this place. There was a small pit with an abandoned old well inside. Nothing was worthy of a second glance besides this well. Nevertheless, this kind of place made many reluctant to leave. Some famous experts were here as well, such as Yan Yanglong and Dao Attendant Lin. Outside of these two, some older people stayed here as well. However, characters of this level were hiding their true forms. After arriving, they didn't move an inch from this place. Despite deliberately masking their identities, some people still guessed that these experts were charming spirits. Some were most likely from lineages like the Void Imperfection 3 schools. Only such lineages would pay attention to this place. This location only garnered even more interest because of this. Even though many people were full of interest towards this place, no one dared to act rashly or presumptuously due to the undercover big shots. There were rumors that this was an abandoned divine well with holy water. However, for some unknown reason, the well dried up and the water disappeared. In spite of this, each time the shuttle appeared, the big shots from the charming spirit race would come here to research this well. They wanted to use this as an entry point to figure out the secrets of this realm. Some said that the Void Imperfection 3 schools paid the most attention to this well. Their experts would personally come here each time to explore it. Because of this, people speculated that these old men concealing their identities were from the 3 schools. Among the younger generation, Yan Yanglong and Daoist Attendant Lin, who were quite famous, were staying in order to see if any divine water would start to flow. For those from the great lineages, they had access to records left behind in their sections. They stated that this well was one of the most notable locations in the fragmented realm. That went double for the Tao attendant due to the belief that the water here had a great effect on those who cultivated the void imperfection physique. The two youths came closer and took a good look. However, nothing came of it. The well was dried up and there was no water, just as the legend claimed. Nevertheless, both the young and old continued to stay. The two youths hoped that these great characters could figure something out. Perhaps by lingering around, they would be able to pick up some benefits afterward. That fierce person who ate dragon tendons is here. At this time, someone shouted, resulting in a great commotion. A lot of people turned and saw Wuxia slowly walking closer with two lads behind him. His arrival attracted the attention of both Yan Yonglong and Tao attendant Lin. A few big shots who were shrouding their appearances looked over as well. Many people made way for him. This was not because they were afraid of Wuxia, but because the teeming crown prince had expressed his desire to eat Wuxia alive. Many people considered him as a plague. No one wanted to catch his unluckiness. It's crazy to eat dragon tendons in public. Despite knowing his ultimate fate of being torn apart by the teeming tribe and becoming the prince's food, some were still secretly admiring him. In this world, how many people would dare to feast on tendons so blatantly? How many people would dare to provoke the teeming tribe like this? His domineering and arrogant style was indeed worthy of admiration. Tao attendant Lin's eyes flashed with a cold glint after seeing Wuxia. He had been wanting to kill Wuxia long ago, but after seeing how Wuxia killed Gongsun Qianer, he felt some hesitation. Without knowing Wuxia's true strength, he wouldn't carelessly move against him. Nevertheless, he quietly called for a disciple and ordered him to go tell the teeming crown prince. As long as the prince came, this boy would die without a doubt. Wuxia looked around lazily. His eyes darted to the big shots hiding their true forms and smiled. You're all here to see if there is any void imperfection spring water? Don't be too greedy about certain things. These big shots didn't say anything and just stood there calmly. Wuxia didn't say anything else and jumped into the divine well for a better look. It was only a pit. If one really wanted to point out something extraordinary in this common well, then it would be the slight protrusion on one of the walls that resembled the mouth of an eagle. Nothing else was notable. In fact, many people had jumped down before Wuxia for a better look. They used their divine intent to sweep through this place over and over, but nothing was found. Yan Yonglong standing above the divine well sneered and said, "Countless charming spirit-wise sages have pried at it with divine mirrors to find anything at all. Trying to see through the mystery with the naked eye is mere wishful thinking." He had no grievances or feuds with Wuxia. Someone from the extreme Yang school like him didn't need to bother a human boy, it was just that he didn't like looking at Wuxia's arrogant and imperious attitude. In his eyes, even his master, the extreme young monarch, didn't act as haughty as this. What grounds did this human boy have to act like this? Chapter 1207, Void Imperfection Water. After doing his round down in the well, Wuxia turned his head and coldly glared at Yan Yonglong before smiling to say, "Don't use the wise sages of the charming spirit race to make yourself feel better. Just be straight and say that you couldn't find anything even after using a divine mirror. People are stupid to some extent, everyone knows this, so no one will laugh at you specifically." To be publicly ridiculed like this left Yan Yonglong humiliated. His master could deter the entire Jade Sea and he himself was more or less famous. Naive fool, such a big tone. Yan Yonglong knew that Wuxia was not weak after seeing his quick dispatch of Gongsun Qianer. However, he couldn't back down in this situation. You think you can find some clues alone? How utterly ridiculous. Really? Wuxia lazily replied, "Your demeanor indicates how highly you view yourself." If I can find something from this well, then wouldn't you lose all face? If you can make the divine water come out, I won't say a single word and eat all the mud around this well. Yan Yanglong felt his temper worsening and sneered. Dao attendant Lin, who was standing with him, joined in with a mocking grin. Brother Yanglong, aren't you making things too difficult for him? One would have to be daydreaming to think that a human junior could make divine water come out. At this time, the cultivators on the sidelines only watched and didn't want to join in this mess. Meanwhile, the real big shots were just watching the fun with amusement. Li Qia looked at him with disdain and smiled. Don't forget your words, remember to eat all the mud here. You. The continuous ridicule left Yan Yanglong with an extremely ugly expression accompanied by murderous flashes in his eyes. Li Qia ignored him and placed the jade bowl in front of him before sitting down and closing his eyes. At this moment, those next to the well were watching with bated breaths. They took note of Li Qia's confidence and wanted to see if he could gather divine water or not. In fact, they had their own plans. If Li Qia were to be successful, would they be able to get part of the soup pot as well? As for the bet between the two, it had nothing to do with them. After all, most were unwilling to provoke an existence like the extreme Yang school. Both Teng Jiwen and Yi Tu were anxious as well. They wanted to see what kind of miracle Li Qia could concoct. They believed in him. This was especially true for Teng Jiwen. He had absolute faith in Li Qia's ability to make divine water come out. As time slowly passed, the well remained calm without any changes. Yan Yanglong coldly sneered after seeing this. If this could lead to divine water, then people would be obtaining treasures everywhere in the charming fragmented realm. Stop pretending and just admit your defeat. Because you are still young, I will be magnanimous and won't be too hard on you. Just prostrate and bow 3 times before everyone. Splash. Before Yan Yanglong could finish, the sound of water flowing came out. A small pillar of water shot out from the mud inside the well. It resembled a dragon spraying out water and it fell straight into Li Qia's jade bowl. This divine water rattled like little jewels as it fell into the bowl, resulting in a crisp and pleasant sound. Everyone knew right away that it was an exalted type of water. In the blink of an eye, the jade bowl was full and the stream of water disappeared as if nothing had happened. Mists that seemed to be divine energy surrounded the jade bowl. This mist slowly rose like the blossoming of a lotus flower crafted from jade. It was beautiful and breathtaking. People's hearts began to palpitate at its sight. In a short period of time, the 4 corners went silent. Everyone stared at this scene in disbelief. Who would have thought that this abandoned well would still have divine water? Someone among the hidden masters saw the water inside Li Qia's jade bowl and exclaimed, "Void imperfection water." Li Qia glanced at this group and flatly said, "You already have what you should. To be more covetous is something even the villainous heavens won't agree to. Must you want everything in this treasure ground?" This old man was startled and didn't say anything else. He bowed to Li Qia and quietly stood to the side. After hearing this, Yi Tu, who had turned into a young attendant, was shaken. He immediately understood where these big shots came from. Li Qia handed the bowl full of void imperfection water to Yi Tu and said, "This water is suitable. Even though it is not as plentiful as the void imperfection spring, it is still the same type of water. This bowl will be quite beneficial for you." Yi Tu was jolted. Even though his school had the spring, only a few ancestors were allowed to see it. Ordinary disciples weren't qualified to do so. Yi Tu accepted the jade bowl and thanked Li Qia. He had no words to express his gratitude. At this time, Dao attendant Lin put on a humble posture and bowed towards Yi Tu. "My master is the Lord of the Immaculate Expanse. His venerable requires a bowl of void imperfection water right away. Would brother be willing to sell it?" The Dao attendant didn't dare to ask Li Qia and went for Yi Tu instead. He had no choice but to act humble because this water was indeed very beneficial to their void imperfection physique. The attendant's words carried quite some weight as well because he was asking on behalf of his master. Where did this trash roll out from? Wuxia coldly peered at him and answered, before ye two could do anything, opposing me, yet you still want to talk about business? Scram. Wuxia simply gave no face to his enemies. It was already merciful enough that he hasn't chopped off his head. You. Being shouted at by Wuxia left him with an ugly expression. He was trembling with anger, but he didn't explode. This was him asking for it, but in his mind, the bowl of water was simply too tempting. Despite knowing the inevitable disgraceful outcome, he still had to ask Yi Tuesday. Ignoring the Dao attendant, Wuxia shifted his attention to Yan Yanglong instead and lazily said, "Now, isn't it time for you to eat all the mud here?" Yan Yanglong stumbled backward under Wuxia's gaze. He wasn't looking his best at this moment, but he couldn't get off the tiger. He spoke too harshly earlier, so now, when Wuxia actually drew out some void imperfection water, he had no other choice. However, he couldn't eat all the mud around the well in front of everyone like this. By doing so, he would never be able to show his face again in the world. Moreover, this would be a detriment to his master and sect's prestige as well. Wuxia lazily quipped, "Oh. All talk but no action. You are very lucky to be able to draw some void imperfection water." This is a miracle. Yan Yanglong tried to find an excuse to avoid eating the muddy soil. A real man stays true to his words. Start swallowing the mud already. Wuxia looked coldly at the fella. The spectators were holding their breaths and didn't want to get involved in these muddy waters. "Boy, don't push it too far." Yan Yanglong turned red and struggled with his retort, "You are deliberately humiliating my master and the extreme Yang school." At this time, he didn't have any other plans and could only accuse Wuxia to escalate the situation and bring up his master and school. If your school has cowardly members that aren't able to stay true to their word, am I the one that is humiliating your school? Wuxia wanted nothing more than to make this a bigger deal. If your master's guidance resulted in a coward like you, then it looks like he is not much either. People took deep breaths after hearing this. It was an overbearing and suicidal move to put down the extreme young monarch in front of everyone like this. However, this was a way out for Yan Yanglong. At this moment, nothing else mattered since Wuxia had publicly humiliated his master. This was a damning action. He angrily shouted with a solemn tone, "Little beast, shaming my master deserves 1,000 deaths. You will not find mercy. Brother Yanglong, this naive fool dares to offend the extreme young monarch. This is akin to opposing the entire extreme Yang school and all charming spirits. A little beast like this should be minced to pieces." Dao attendant Lin was happy to create more enemies for Wuxia. This was in accordance with Wuxia's wish, so their schemes were playing right into his hands. He smiled and pointed at the two to say, "These are the outstanding members of the charming spirit race? To be considered outstanding at such a low level? Does the charming spirit race have no shame, to have the nerve to call yourselves the favored children of the heavens? In my eyes, these trash aren't even comparable to ants. As for this extreme young monarch or whatever immaculate expanse, they aren't even shit in my eyes." This blatant provocation made the two's expressions turn red and ugly. For personal grievances, it was true they dragged their sects into this matter. However, Wuxia's public disparagement was too much for them to swallow. "Fool, you don't know life from death." A chilling shout came about at this time. Chapter 1208, Conveniently dispatching the enemies. A youth descended from the sky with gushing blood energy and bright lights in an oppressive manner. The aggressive glint in his eyes shot everywhere as he exuded an unrestrained cocky attitude. There were many old men behind him with great blood energies. None of them were weak. The teeming crown prince is here. One person shouted while others made way for the prince. This was the firstborn of the teeming tribe master, its future leader. His fame was widespread across the 5 rivers and 4 seas. Only a true paragon would be able to blow the crown prince away with just one slap. Shortly after, the scene turned very quiet as fear crept up among the crowd. They glanced at each other in disbelief. Since when did the human race have such a young paragon? In fact, regardless of the era, all who could reach this realm at such a young age would be geniuses. Even if they couldn't deter the world, they would still enjoy great fame. However, no one had heard of the name Wuxia before. Moreover, humans were too rare in the heaven spirit world. Such a young paragon should have been famous long ago. All eyes were on him. Those with weaker cultivations felt their hearts jumping. They secretly praised their good fortune for not fighting with Wuxia earlier. After all, they would only be fish on a chopping block before a virtuous paragon. Wuxia slowly turned around and walked towards the Tao attendant suppressed by the divine seal. His body had completely shattered under the absolute suppression. He desperately tried to activate his void suppression physique, but there was no response. Wuxia coldly stared him down and said, "I didn't kill you earlier because I want you to die with clarity." With a blanched complexion, the attendant harshly shouted, My master is the supreme master of the immaculate expanse." He couldn't finish his sentence before Wuxia completely smashed his skull with a stomp. Off to hell with him. People's hearts skipped a beat after hearing this bone-crushing noise. What a vexing and miserable way to go. He then walked past and looked at Yen Yonglong while smiling. "I have always been a merciful person. If you eat all the soil now, I can still spare your life." Chapter 1209, Delivering the Skull as a Present. Yen Yonglong couldn't move even if he wanted to. While nailed to the ground by the law, he desperately struggled, but it was futile. He wanted to use his extreme yang physique to burn this law, but regardless of how much power it emitted, it couldn't burn this single law. The mud and soil around him had melted completely, but the law was untouched. He cried out in response, "Li, kill me if you dare, what's the point of humiliating me? Even if I die, I still won't eat the mud." Both treasures and merit laws were divided and some were kept inside the beast. If one day the 3 schools were to meet a formidable enemy and be completely destroyed, as long as the ancestral whale was still there was a chance to rise again. Unless this enemy was able to destroy the ancestral whale as well, the spark of the 3 schools would continue to be passed down for generations. It wasn't an easy matter to destroy an existence like the ancestral whale. An immortal emperor going all out might be able to do so, but even god kings were not sufficient for this task. Moreover, the location of the whale had always been a secret. Very few within the sects knew its true whereabouts. Its cruising trajectory through the vast seas was impossible to predict. And after a long journey, it would swim to the depths of the sea to hibernate out of sight. An old man was waiting for Wuxia the moment he entered this region. The old man had a full beard and white hair, making him look like an old mortal around the age of 70. No one knew how long he had lived for. Nevertheless, his blood energy was still robust. This was a terrifying god king. "You must be young noble Li." The old man cupped his fists and smiled at Wuxia. Wuxia smiled back and nodded. "Following the ancestral whale has been very rewarding for you. It looks like you have lived for 2 generations now." The old man was frightened to hear this. His identity had always been a secret, even to his own sect. His mind shuddered at the sudden revelation of his longevity. Chapter 1210, Ancestral Whale. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Young noble, your vision is wonderful. I am full of admiration, please come inside." Wuxia nodded and stepped into the sea. In the blink of an eye, they sank to the deepest region of the seabed before stopping in front of a mountain. Crack! A burst of collapsing rubble resounded. The mountain not far from Wuxia shattered into pieces. Boulders fell down, causing the fish nearby to flee in horror. When this mountain shattered completely, it suddenly became bright. A ray of light illuminated the bottom of the sea. Before them was a magnificent world, mysterious and sparkling. It resembled a portal leading to a whole new world. Upon a closer inspection, one would see that this was no portal at all. It was an unbelievably large eye. This eye was previously covered by the mountains. When this eye opened completely, its light completely engulfed Wuxia. Rumble. The earth began to quake as if the entire sea was about to be overturned. Tidal waves rose to the vault of the sky as if something was awakening, something capable of destroying the stars up in the 9 heavens. More mountains began to collapse in this area. The islands on the surface crumbled as well and sank to the bottom. How can this be? The old man was shocked and exclaimed, why is the ancestral whale waking up before the appointed time? Boom! A tsunami of limitless height assaulted the sky, resulting in a spectacular scene. A monstrous whale emerged from the sea. This region's geography was changed completely. This whale was no different than a continent appearing at sea level. There was no end to this whale as far as the eyes could see. It was as long as a mountain range floating above the sea. This was the ancestral whale of the Void Imperfection 3 schools. Very few people in this world had seen it before. Despite rumors of having a true dragon bloodline, its lacking intelligence prevented it from turning into a true dragon for now. Wuxia stood above its gigantic head at this time. It was no different from an island that spanned thousands of miles. Wuxia patted its head and spoke with emotions. In the northern darkness, there is a fish and his name is Kuan. The Kuan is so huge, who knows how many million li he measures. According to their ancestral teachings, Wuxia was qualified to take the water here. Moreover, he was also a whale rider, thus he had the great authority to take as much as he wanted. It was not a big deal. After taking enough, Wuxia turned and left. However, the moment he exited the palace, several old men could be found kneeling on the ground with great reverence. They normally stayed inside the ancestral whale for a long period of time. What are you doing? Wuxia glanced at them and flatly said, I am not your whale rider, get up. One of them hurriedly said, young noble, please stay. Our 3 schools require your leadership. As long as you are there, we will return to one again. Wuxia smiled and gently shook his head, I already said I am not a whale rider, I'm only a fleeting passenger. There's no need to care or pay attention to me. But the ancestral whale has chosen you as its rider. This old man answered with haste, maybe young noble is unaware of the significance of being a whale rider. For millions of years, the countless wise sages from our schools all desired to become one. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve and said, I know what it means to be one. When your progenitor and the 2 grand completion physique users are not in this world, the whale rider represents the highest authority in the 3 schools. This person can reunite the 3 schools into one again. The old man elaborated, young noble, you are completely correct. As long as you stay, all of the disciples will listen to your commands, all of our resources will be for you to use, I understand. Wuxia was without any interest. For many people, to become a whale rider is the highest of honors, the greatest symbol of authority, the thing that many wise sages from your schools have been longing for. Chapter 12:11 Beginning of the Grand Scheme. Wuxia paused a bit to stare at the old man ahead while voicing his refusal, all of this has nothing to do with me. As a passerby, I am insignificant to your 3 schools. The old man repeated, but young noble, you have been chosen by the ancestral whale. Since the start of time, few have been chosen by it. This must be the imperial decree of our progenitor, immortal Emperor Wu Go. Wuxia interrupted him, okay, I have a deeper understanding of this matter than you lot. There's no need to use the emperor as justification. Just remember what I have said, I cannot bring anything to your schools, so don't rely on me." Having said that, he turned and left. These old men felt helpless and only followed Wuxia to see him off. After leaving the ancestral whale's body, Wuxia stood on the sea's surface to look at its gigantic size. He sighed gently and touched it while murmuring, "We'll meet again if it is meant to be." "Whoa!" the whale cried out and gently moved its huge head ever so slightly forward against Wuxia's palm. The old men were in disbelief after seeing how intimate the pair was. Outside of immortal Emperor Wu Go, no one else had been this close to the whale. Wuxia patted the whale's head. He gave this whale to immortal Emperor Wu Go when it was still an infant. Later on, it always accompanied the emperor. Eventually, Wuxia looked at the old men and said, "Even if you see a friend off for 1,000 miles, you will still have to part in the end. Go back now, the ancestral whale will start moving again." An old man still didn't give up and told Wuxia, "Young noble, you can reconsider later. If you do return to our schools in the future, all of our echelons will obey your commands." Wuxia only smiled and reached out with his palm. A portal opened and he vanished inside. He went back to Peacock Land and saw Kong Qinru. She busily asked after seeing him again, "Young noble, the preparations have been carried out. The inhabitants here have been evacuated, may I ask when you will start?" Wuxia smiled and slowly uttered, "Very soon. Everything is ready, we are only waiting for the east wind." Thus, everyone wanted this art that would allow them to have a second life. But as time passed, how many had seen this art or knew why the emperor was unkillable? After a few days, several strange visual phenomena emerged at Peacock Land. At first, a bloody light soared to the sky in a boundless manner like an inexhaustible flood. The entire place trembled with earthquakes. Next, it began to crack, forming a great chasm as if the entire land was about to crumble. Cultivators and sects from the outside were attracted by the frequent changes of this land. A piece of news quickly spread across the entire heaven spirit world. The peacock tree is about to wither and die. No one knows who began to gossip first, but it traveled very quickly across the Jade Sea. The sea was in a clamor. Many cultivators and sects discussed this matter. In the heaven spirit world and all that inhabit it, an existence like an ancestral tree dying was an earth-shattering event. A big sect didn't believe this news. They immediately sent disciples to Peacock Land to seek confirmation. After seeing these visual images, the disciple went back to report right away. After confirming the information, the sect master of this sect murmured, "It looks like the peacock tree is truly dying." An elder said, with a quick finger augur, "The peacock tree's lifespan should end right about now. The tree father has returned to the earth for too long, the time is about right." Isn't this too fast though? The death of the peacock tree is inevitable, but this collapse is too sudden. What happened to accelerate this withering process? A different big shot was curious and decided to go see for himself. Some were saddened by this news, but even more were excited. For many people and sects, a dying ancestral tree meant a great feast was coming. Anyone would want a bowl of soup from this great feast. Chapter 12:12 The prelude before the storm. The withering of the tree meant that it was about to return everything to the earth. Many treasures would be thrown out along with a huge amount of worldly essence. It was certainly a feast for any cultivator or sect. If they could obtain a great treasure during this frenzy, it would bring about a lifetime of benefits. They might even become wealthy overnight due to the great reversal of fortune. From then, they would embark on a road towards invincibility. It wasn't like such a thing had never happened before. In the past, some people had obtained the main roots of a dying tree father, allowing them to cultivate at a quicker pace and eventually become a god king. The entire heaven spirit world was excited as many people ran for Peacock Land. This death is coming too fast. I thought the tree would last for 1 or 2 more generations. A real master from the previous generation heard this news and was surprised. He felt fairly hesitant. Most were unable to sit still, but some experienced big shots were more cautious. They could speculate that even though the tree was withering, it could still struggle on for dozens of years or even a full century with its power. As long as the tree was still alive, who would dare to scheme for the treasures and worldly essence? No one wanted to fight an ancestral tree, even if it was dying. However, some of them still became impatient. After several more days, one more piece of news came from the Jade Sea. It stated, "Peacock Land is shattering. The peacock tree is bound to die in half a month if early or half a year if late." With this, these older cultivators could wait no longer despite their skepticism. They were unwilling to miss this feast, and so began to travel towards Peacock Land to verify this news. In a short period of time, people rushed to this land to see if they could get a share. There were many charming spirits, treants, and sea demons, so it became quite lively. The lineages closest to Peacock Land had an advantage. They were there already by the time others arrived. The inhabitants of Peacock Land were long gone. The land was deserted and lonely until all of these cultivators came along. All sorts of cultivators showed up, ranging from treants covered in leaves and crab demons with a human head to beautiful and handsome charming spirits. Occasionally, one could see 1 or 2 human cultivators. All the races were excited about the upcoming harvest, only the human race was mourning. The peacock tree held a sentimental spot in the minds of many humans since it had done a lot for them. It was the second land of the humans, their home. The withering of the tree meant that this land would cease to exist and shatter into little pieces. Thereafter, the human race would lose a stronghold and haven in the heaven spirit world. Even though some humans wanted to do something for the tree, even their top-level experts were powerless. Its lifespan had run out, so this was an irreversible situation. The only cure was life replenishment. However, this was simply impossible. Even top experts couldn't do it, for this was a task tantamount to life replenishing an immortal emperor. The cultivators rushing here found many cracks on this massive land. Seawater was gushing through the cracks and a lot of the vegetation on the continent had begun to wither as well. The quaking was becoming more common, as if this place was about to crumble at any second. It looks like the peacock tree can't hold on any longer. This land is falling apart. It won't be long now. Even if it won't turn to ashes, it will fragment into little pieces. A big shot from the previous generation was not quite convinced in the beginning, but he changed his mind after coming here. The residents here probably knew that the tree was about to die, so they evacuated first. An expert wasn't surprised to see the place empty either. Some human cultivators came running onto the land in search for their kin to see if there were still families stranded on the island. This disaster was a time for the human race to unite. As long as there were still people that had yet to evacuate, regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, other humans would lend them a hand. In this dire strait, the humans had to rely on each other. The exquisite valley did a great job of evacuating everyone. The human cultivators searched all corners of the land but didn't find any people stranded. These helpers heaved a sigh of relief after discovering this. The situation became more pessimistic as the days passed. Today, the earthquakes were extremely frequent, resulting in even more cracks and the invasion of seawater into the crevices of the land. Fall back, we'll watch from outside. A lineage who wanted a piece of this feast ordered their disciples to retreat. They went out to sea and began to play the waiting game. The imminent destruction of the land made many sects leave this place. They waited for the death of the peacock tree right outside as well. Experienced characters knew that when the peacock tree dies, this land would be crushed or even turn into smoke. At that time, the destructive force would be incredible. An ancestral tree was an existence comparable to an immortal emperor. Just imagine the destructive power that would result from the collapse of an immortal emperor. If anyone dared to stay behind, they would be crushed in their final moment, getting nothing out of it. The outer sea right now was stationed full of cultivators. Some big sects and ancient schools were keeping guard with different methods. One of the powerful sects used a great ship to float at sea and occupy the most advantageous position. Another Treant tribe took root in the seabed and had a huge towering tree growing from it. It twisted and turned into a favorable position for seizing the treasures. The moment the ancestral tree died, they would flip the earth over to seize the most valuable resources. Some sea clans came in droves as well. They stayed in the vast sea and were ready to take whatever edge they could see. Moreover, people from outside of the Jade Sea were gathering as well. The death of an ancestral tree was a great event, so even sects from farther regions sent disciples over. As for the human cultivators, they stayed in this area with great confusion. Were they here to look at Peacock Land one last time? Was it to seize the treasures as well? Or could it be to say their final farewell to the peacock tree? While many cultivators gathered in this region, a young lad appeared out of nowhere. This human youth looked quite plain. Even his blood energy was feeble, so he definitely didn't resemble an expert. He drew a large circle that covered the marine regions outside, with the center being Peacock Land. The majority of the sects were within the boundary of this circle, only a few cultivators were outside. Many people found this young human cultivator's actions quite strange. They didn't know what this brat was trying to do. At this time, he took out a sign and wrote a few words: "Danger Zone, do not enter or die." He put these signs everywhere, causing the cultivators waiting in this area to look at each other. They didn't know what he was trying to do. Was this a nice reminder or a warning to everyone? Another human cultivator couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what are you doing?" Of course, this youth was Wuxia. He was particularly patient and approachable at this time. He replied with a friendly smile, "I am reminding everyone about how dangerous this place is. Countless existences will die, so for everyone's safety, it is best to stand outside of the circle." His bashful smile was a bit unbearable. Those who knew Wuxia would definitely not believe their eyes after seeing him smiling like this. Chapter 12-13, Ophidian Treant. Some cultivators nearby exchanged glances. They didn't know if this human boy before them had never seen the world before or if he was just simple by nature. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Who would care about the well-being of others, let alone kindly remind them about dangers? A cultivator laughed and said, "Danger? Boy, is this your first time leaving the house? Since when is being a cultivator not dangerous?" The others laughed as well, feeling that this kid was quite naive and didn't know the situation. Everyone was here for the treasures and worldly essences, and they knew full well the dangers that this entailed. "I'm still responsible for reminding everyone." Wuxia smiled bashfully. "My suggestion is for everyone to stand outside of the circle. After all, this is a troubled land, so something ominous is definitely coming. Standing inside will end in certain demise." A cultivator turned black and coldly spoke, "Ignorant child, what are you talking about? We are here for the treasure hunt, how can this be ominous?" Knowing the danger was one thing, but no one liked to hear about it. They were here for an undeserved fortune, but it hadn't even come out yet before Wuxia issued such an ill omen. Of course some cultivators wouldn't be happy to hear this. "It will be very ominous." Wuxia earnestly said, "In my opinion, blood will run like rivers, staining the Jade Sea red. Millions of corpses will fill up this region and countless beings will suffer miserable deaths. Today is the day that the entire heaven spirit world trembles. This is why I'm reminding everyone here." His serious attitude made the people here change their expressions. These words were too unlucky, making them all glare at him. However, Wuxia looked just like a dolt. With a very serious and earnest expression, he looked at everyone and said, "I advise everyone to stand outside of the circle. A tragic death here is not worth it." Some felt like vomiting blood from anger after listening to this kid. The treasures had yet to come out, but they were stuck here listening to this dolt speak such ominous words. A middle-aged man coldly spat, "What nonsense." He was tall and burly with a golden cloak. His squinting eyes shot out a fearsome glint. There were many disciples behind him. They looked to be quite skilled, so it was apparent that they came from a great sect. This man was the deputy sect master of the Dual Pupils sect, a decently powerful faction in this area. He brought his fellow disciples along for the treasure hunt and was not happy to hear Wuxia's unlucky words. "It's not nonsense." Wuxia looked at this deputy master and said, "With your power, I'm afraid when the disaster arrives, you won't last for even a minute before turning into ashes." Such words made this deputy master grimace. As a deputy master, both his fame and reputation were not to be underestimated. Although he was not as great as the paragons, he was still a talented strategist worthy of respect. Being looked down on by a human boy like this was truly an affront to his prestige. "Pa!" The Dual Pupils deputy master furiously unleashed a palm strike and shattered the sign that Wuxia had just put up. He coldly spoke, "I'm waiting for this so-called disaster then." Wuxia coldly stared back in response, "It will come and your shrill screams will echo through this world. At that time, neither the heavens nor the earth will answer your cry for help." This master trembled with anger and had a twisted expression. Many cultivators here were silent. They didn't know if this boy ahead was really slow or just acting the fool. He actually went against the deputy master from the Dual Pupils sect and gave him no room to step down from this argument. "Ha ha ha, where did this human boy come from to be making such alarmist claims?" One of the people present sneered, "He probably has some ulterior motives, such as trying to frighten others away so the humans can monopolize the treasures." It was an old man that looked like a snake coiled around a small tree. In fact, the snake body and tree branch were inseparable. Only his head was in human form. This was an Ophidian tree-ant, a branch from the tree-ant race. However, this man maintained his original form and didn't cultivate a complete human form. He was an elder of his tribe. At this time, he had a dark smile on his face and believed that Wuxia was scheming. Many people were a bit startled and felt that this was logical. Otherwise, why would a human be so nice as to remind them like this? He surely had ulterior motives. Very briefly, their eyes fell upon Wuxia with a different light. "So he is just here to scare everyone." The deputy leader snorted and shouted, "Speak! Who sent you here? Tell the truth to avoid pain. Kindness is treated as malice. If you want to die so much, it is your own business." Wuxia gave him an indifferent glance and said, "I have warned everyone to stand outside the circle to the best of my ability. Life or death will now depend on your own fortune." With that, he turned and left. "Junior, stop right now." The deputy leader screamed and reached out to grab Wuxia. However, Wuxia's body flashed and easily evaded his clutch before turning around to face him. "Heh, looks like you have some moves." The deputy leader sneered, "State your name, I will not kill a nobody. Quickly reveal who is giving you orders or suffer." "Wuxia." Wuxia lazily said, "Scram before I become angry." Many people were unfamiliar with this name, but some had heard it before. A cultivator from the Jade Sea said, "He is that Wuxia, the fierce youth who dares to eat dragon tendons in public." A few who had heard of his name found it quite surprising while stealing glances at him. They didn't expect for this seemingly ordinary human to be the monster who ate dragon tendons. They all assumed that he would look like a vicious and domineering brute. After all, eating dragon tendons was something that would provoke billions of teeming fish. Only an overbearing monster would be able to do something like this. Alas, the Wuxia in front of them bore no semblance of this preconceived image. "You are that Wuxia." The deputy master became hesitant. He had heard of Wuxia's notoriety. Someone who dared to publicly eat tendons was certainly not ordinary and nice. Wuxia coldly stated, "Now that you know, do not provoke me." Ha ha ha, such confidence. This isn't a place a human brat like you can give orders. The elder from the Ophidian tribe wanted to fan the flames. After hearing this, the deputy master arched his chest and coldly said, "The elder is right. This place belongs to everyone. What makes you think you can act presumptuously and make other people stand outside of the circle? What is your true goal?" At the very least, he was still a deputy master. If he couldn't utter a few strong words, he would be in an awkward situation bereft of any face. Even his sect would lose some reputation. "Scram right now or I'll kill you before the disaster even gets here." Wuxia was losing his patience. Glances were exchanged in the crowd after hearing this. They finally felt that this normal human was incredibly fierce and domineering. He actually dared to scold the leader of a sect like this. The deputy leader lost a lot of face from being scolded by a junior. How could he swallow this anger? "Boy, today, I will flay you alive." He took out his saber and threatened with a chilling gaze. With that, his saber slashed through the sky at an extreme speed straight for Wuxia's chest. He wanted to kill him with a single blow. Wuxia raised his brows while a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He formed a fist and launched it at the oncoming blade. With a buzz, boundless brilliance surged forth. A huge amount of refined sunfire gushed out, as if 9 suns were rising from his fist. The moment these suns came out, they instantly incinerated everything. In a split second, the deputy master's saber was melted into molten metal. He screamed right before he was turned into smoke. Not even his bones were left behind. Though he was not weak, one who had yet to become a paragon was no different from an ant before Wuxia. Extreme Yang Fist of the myriad Dao fists, the moment it came out, it would scorch the 9 heavens and 10 earths, let alone a mere deputy master. Chapter 12-14, a funny story. The air stopping blowing and the spectators stopped moving. No one thought that just one move would render the deputy leader of the dual pupils sect to smithereens. Some couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing that this seemingly ordinary boy was incredibly fierce. Truly someone who dares to eat dragon tendons. Some female cultivators looked at Wuxia with some admiration. A real man has to be this fierce. The demeanors of the onlookers changed while looking at him. They now understood that this kid was not only a murderer, but also an ominous star. He would provoke a bunch of enemies wherever he goes. Teeming Fish, the Immaculate Expanse, and the Extreme Yang School on top of the dual pupils sect, none were left unoffended. If he kept on killing regardless of the location like this and made enemies everywhere, his death would only be a matter of time. What a ruthless human. The Ophidian elder revealed a dark smile. "Do you want to kill everyone here to take all the treasures for yourself? Your plot will not go as planned. The heroes of this world are still flocking to this place." Pop. A crisp slapping sound came about. Before the elder could finish, Wuxia had mercilessly slapped him with enough force to deform his skull. The fangs in his mouth were blown out as well. This elder only wanted to escalate the situation to get everyone involved in this feud with Wuxia. He didn't expect that Wuxia would slap all the teeth out of him so quickly. Little animal. He was furious and cried out before spewing a billow of poisonous smoke. This terrifying smoke engulfed Wuxia like a tornado, attempting to melt him down completely. This smoke was extremely poisonous. A few drops that fell down turned the seawater into a white liquid. Many aquatic creatures were instantly killed by the poison. Wuxia simply didn't care for this smoke. He reached out with his hand again, a hand akin to a blossoming lotus capable of purifying all corruption. Void imperfection fist. The moment this fist came out, myriad laws would retreat and everything would be purified. The smoke was not enough to reach the apex before this fist. With a sizzling sound, it pierced through the poisonous smoke, straight towards the elder. The elder was stunned and turned to flee. However, even if he was faster, he wouldn't be as swift as Li Qia's soaring immortal fist. Li Qia's hand immediately caught the fleeing elder. Ah! A sharp and miserable cry resounded across the wide sea. With a tearing sound, the snake and the tree encompassing his body were torn apart. Blood spattered everywhere. For the Ophidian tribe, the separation of the snake body and the tree trunk meant certain death. Thus, this elder twitched for a while before dying. Li Qia casually threw his corpse down to the ground and coldly uttered, "Not even a virtuous paragon, yet you still dare to prance around in front of me? You are but a mere insect." Now, people's expressions sank. This brat was truly too ruthless. This was no longer a rumor but reality. Even the characters from the previous generations were staring at Li Qia in astonishment. Li Qia looked at the disciples from the dual pupils sect and declared, "Go back and tell your sect to take the long way around me or I'll kill you all." Scram! These stunned disciples were ecstatic to hear this. It was as if they had been granted amnesty by him. They immediately fled without any hesitation while showing their clean pair of heels. This is the most ridiculous and outlandish thing I've ever seen. Li Qia was not interested in responding to this charming spirit either. Nevertheless, Li Qia's words startled the human cultivators quite a bit. They suddenly saw hope and asked, "Taoist, is this possible? Can you actually succeed?" The human race naturally didn't want to see the peacock tree die, as they would lose this land completely. Li Qia plainly answered, "Yes." "Heh, people actually believe in this pretentious mess?" A sea demon snorted, "Only a fool would believe him. Everyone knows that for millions of years, no one has ever life replenished an ancestral tree. In my opinion, this so-called life replenishment is only a facade. He is secretly plotting something else. What did all the other cultivators come here to do? Of course they came for the treasures. They were all waiting for the tree to die, so who would want to hear about Li Qia trying to save it? Wasn't this cutting off their path to riches? He had become public enemy number one. That's right. Prolonging the life of an ancestral tree is a lunatic's raving. He must be hiding his true purpose. Quite a few members of the crowd echoed this sentiment with jeers. Chapter 12:15, Golden Crow Monarch. The human cultivators with newfound hope were shaken after hearing this. They also felt that this renewal was impossible. After all, no one had succeeded for millions of years. Li Qia glanced at the few human cultivators and flatly said, "This is a troubled place with an incoming disaster. Blood will stain the land and bones will fill this ocean, so leave while you can. Return to your homes." After hearing this, the humans darted their eyes at each other with hesitation. One or two people left, but the rest remained. Li Qia was not too persuasive since he knew that they didn't completely trust him. He, just a human brat spouting nonsense. What a naive fool. A gloomy voice sounded at this moment. The water splashed and separated to form a road on the sea. An old man emerged from the depths with more than 10 ministers dressed in both scholarly and martial uniforms. Every single one of them was full of blood energy and looked quite extraordinary. Before he could recover from the dizziness, the chain coiled around the peacock tree once and turned back to wring his neck. No! The monarch was still screaming as his limbs convulsed. In a split second, he was bound to the peacock tree and strangled to death. His true fate wanted to break out of his body, but there wasn't any opportunity. His true fate was sealed within his body and perished alongside it. This all happened too quickly. People couldn't even react in time to the monarch being strangled alive. Go! After seeing his death, the turtle minister was shocked. He ordered and ran with the rest of his men. Whoosh! The chain soared like a true dragon. Before the turtle and his officials could dive down into the ocean, the chain wrapped around their necks. Bang! 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 All of them crashed into the peacock tree. No, the group was scared out of their minds and screamed. Alas, their cries didn't last long as they were also strangled to death and hung there on the tree. In a short period of time, those who were strapped to the peacock tree all had their eyes wide open, for they died with grievances. They came to get revenge for their disciples, but they didn't expect to pay with their own lives in the process. They had truly underestimated Wuxia's strength. In their minds, a nameless human junior could only be an ordinary paragon at best. If he was stronger than this level, then he would have been quite famous already. Thus, they were confident in their victory. But alas, they couldn't have imagined that they wouldn't be able to block even one move from him. They died indignant deaths full of unanswered questions. People were horrified to see these corpses hanging from the peacock tree and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 12:16, Teeming Tribe Master. While staring at the hanging corpses, one person quivered and murmured, "Another brilliant genius coming out of nowhere. Can he compare to the profound God Monarch, the Seven Seas War Goddess, the Swift Dao Celestial God, and the Sea Shield Heavenly Prince?" In the next generation, this tribe would multiply again for a counter-attack and even extinguish the offspring of whoever assaulted them. Human brat, if you kneel and surrender, I will only torture you to death. If you resist, I will kill your 10 clans. I don't care what power you are from or what your identity is, we will chase you to the ends of this world and kill all of your clan members and anyone who has anything to do with you. People shuddered after hearing this declaration, true to the vengeful reputation of this tribe. Wuxia finally stood up from the peacock tree to lazily look at the sea full of teeming fish. He smilingly said, "Only a bunch of ants that love to toot their own horns. You love to bully the weak yet are afraid of the strong. Do you really think your tribe is invincible due to your sheer numbers?" Wuxia continued, "For countless years when many immortal emperors, sea gods, and tree fathers want to eat dragon tendons, they would casually grab the fattest teeming fish, scrape off its scales, then cut them into slices before eating the tendon. Then, they would top it off with a plate of fish and drink soup stock made from the fish bones. What a pleasant and delicious meal. It's a shame that your tribe didn't even dare to fart as these beings devoured you, only turning a blind eye to everything. Heh, you would only act arrogant against tiny sections." Wuxia shook his head and sneered. Chapter 12:17, One Massacring 1 Million. With that, Wuxia glared at the teeming tribe master and grinned, "Only an inept bunch boasting about how vicious you are every day. How domineering and aggressive, but ultimately, you're still a bunch of turtles hiding in their shells." Such contempt left the spectators slack-jawed. No one had ever thought that they would hear this level of blatant disdain towards the teeming fish. However, some secretly applauded him, especially those who had been bullied by this tribe before. They felt especially happy since his words resonated with their own thoughts. As a matter of fact, many knew that the teeming fish knew to pick their opponents very well. They weren't ferocious to just anyone. For example, great hegemons like the Golden Isle, the Void Imperfection 3 schools, and Gu Chun's 4 branches weren't provoked by the teeming fish. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered by the immortal emperors, tree fathers and sea demons countless times. As for the other sects, they weren't strong enough to kill all of the fish, so more often than not, they would suffer losses to these fish without voicing their displeasure. He's right. Humph. Rumor has it that the Grand Completion immortal physique users of Gu Chun's 4 branches love to eat dragon tendons, but no one has heard of the teeming fish attacking the 4 branches for revenge. Someone couldn't help say this out of dissatisfaction towards the teeming tribe. His senior was frightened and immediately covered his mouth. He slapped him and stated, "Are you tired of living? Even if you are, don't drag the sect into this." Li Qiya's words darkened the tribemaster's old face. He felt like his chest would explode from anger as he trembled. The million fish in the sea had fire in their eyes while glaring at Li Qiya. If glares could kill, then Li Qiya would have died countless times already. A teeming fish angrily shouted, "Tribe master, let us tear this little animal to pieces so our brothers can eat his flesh, drink his blood and chew his bones." Yes. Let us eat his flesh, drink his blood and chew his bones. The other fish immediately echoed the sentiment. Their furious roars soared to the sky and shook the sea. Many cultivators were aghast after feeling the wrath of the fish and turned pale. Today was the day that they would witness the ferocity of the teeming tribe. "Devour me?" Li Qiya couldn't help but smile before leisurely replying, "With a bunch of trash like you? Not to mention this army of 1 million, even if the billions of teeming fish in the heaven spirit world were here, I still wouldn't give a damn." This direct provocation left people exchanging glances with each other. Here were more than 10 high elders of the tribe and even the tribe master himself. At least 10 virtuous paragons were here, not to mention the vast armies of soldiers. The tribe master shouted, "Little beast, you will experience a fate worse than death. We shall stomp on your bones. My children. Feast on him. Kill." The furious army crazily cried out before frenziedly rushing for Peacock Land. These waves of fish slammed straight towards the island as if wanting to break it apart. Li Qiya smiled and, with a buzz, a law emerged from his heavenly cauldron. Rumble. In a split second, bubbles sprayed out of the sea. These bubbles looked just like little palms that began to grab the teeming fish. They grabbed all of them without exception despite their great numbers. Even the group of the tribe master couldn't escape. All were caught by these palms made out of water. Activate. The shocked fish took action and tried to slash through these palm-shaped bubbles. However, this water had been refined by Li Qiya to be one with the ocean. How could these teeming fish cut through it? Too late. Li Qiya gently smiled. With a boom, this area suddenly formed little cauldrons that ignited. The fiery cauldrons turned into huge palms that descended from the sky to grab the heads of these fish. Ah! Miserable screams echoed across this land. These screams resonated with each other, creating a hellish scene. While listening to the ups and downs of this grim melody, anyone would feel that they were trapped in hell. Pluff! 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 The hands made out of water began to pull. These fishes' heads and bodies were separated, and even their spines were being pulled out. This was an extremely scary spectacle. The tribe master screamed, "No!" His body was being abnormally elongated. He tried to escape from the hands, but he still failed despite being a virtuous paragon. Eventually, he let out one last shriek and couldn't escape the fate of decapitation like the rest. It would be a shame to waste all of these lives. Li Qiya smirked. Boom! The cauldron flame changed again. These bubbles turned into stoves and instantly refined the million bodies into ashes. Their vitality was taken away and sucked into the myriad heavenly cauldron. At this time, the flame that came from the sky turned into crimson chains and hung the fish heads in the sky. This scene was too spectacular and terrifying. The fish heads, still connected to their spines, were suspended in the air. Bleg! One person couldn't bear this horrible scene and began to vomit. Many cultivators ran away from fear. Cultivators were accustomed to death, but slaughtering 1 million in one breath was truly rare. Not to mention, these fish were still hanging in the sky. This was a scene that no one had ever seen before. It was a trap. The paled and dazed crowd finally realized that a terrifying trap was planted in this area in advance. They also understood why Wuxia warned everyone to stay out of the circle he drew. So it turned out that he was reminding people lest they be caught up in this as well. Prior to this, they thought he had an ulterior motive, but it turned out that he warned them with good intentions. Cold chills emanated from within as they began to sweat. They only left the circle to make way for the teeming fish. If it wasn't for that, their ends could have been the same as these fish before them. This must be a grand formation that harmonizes with the heaven and earth. Its power must be wondrous and must have taken more than just one day to set up. A grand character from the previous generation understood the power of this trap after seeing the teeming tribe master being unable to escape. Wuxia swept through the crowd with his eyes and slowly uttered, "Go tell the teeming fish that I will be waiting here at Peacock Land. If they want revenge, bring it on. Or, they can cower with their tails tucked between their legs and never show their faces in the heaven spirit world again." A lot of people's hearts skipped a beat after hearing this declaration of war. Wuxia had set up a grand formation here to wait for more teeming fish. Eventually, he looked at the few human cultivators and coldly spoke, "It is time for the human race to leave." These humans shuddered and some of them left immediately. However, a few chose to stay in order to see the outcome of this storm. News of Wuxia's move spread across the entire Jade Sea in a flash. The listeners batted their brows after hearing about his massacre. This person is ruthless with great schemes. Who expected him to kill 1 million teeming fish in this manner? A sect master murmured with fear in his mind. War is coming, the teeming fish will definitely not let this go. A big shot from the Treant race commented as well. Not just them, the Extreme Yang School and the Immaculate Expanse won't let this go either, or else they'll lose all face in the heaven spirit world. An ancestor gently sighed. In a short amount of time, the Jade Sea turned quiet. Many people were looking forward to the events at Peacock Land. However, they were not concerned about the peacock tree. Their eyes were on Wuxia. They all understood that his opponents had two choices: they could either fight a direct battle or avoid this trap and find opportunities to kill him later. However, avoiding this battle would be a huge blow to their prestige. The reputation established by their forefathers would be shattered overnight. If they were afraid of a single human boy, how could they guard their own territories in the future? By enduring the shame of having 1 million of their children massacred, no one would fear the teeming fish later on. Chapter 12:18, Declaration of War from 1 million Kingdoms. After a few days, the Jade Sea and the teeming fish were still silent. There were no movements from them. However, experienced big shots could smell that something in the air had changed, the calm before the raging storm. Who knows who the ultimate victor will be? Everyone understood that Wuxia had planted a trap for the teeming fish. At this moment, the question was whether these fish would jump into this pit or not. Several more days passed and the teeming tribe was still quiet. At this time, everyone thought that they had given up. Listen up, my Night Crystal Kingdom will accept the challenge. We shall have vengeance for our 1 million dead brothers. We will not only kill you, but also your 10 clans. Eventually, one kingdom rose to the challenge. Its king sent out this fierce message: "A mountain of blades and a sea of fire still won't be able to stop our Stone Cloud Citadel's determination for revenge. We shall slay Wuxia." Another lineage replied to Wuxia's challenge. "Without killing Wuxia's 10 clans, our 8 million-strong Eastern Sea Kingdom will never return to our home." One more declared war on Wuxia. "No matter how far you may be, we shall chase you to the very end for the crime of killing our comrades. Our propitious Sea Kingdom shall offer Wuxia's head to our fallen brothers." Another joined the fray. In a short period of time, the teeming fish from all over the seas accepted the challenge in succession. They all swore to kill Wuxia. Their cries echoed across the vast oceans, frightening many cultivators and lineages. Before this, the teeming fish claimed to have millions of kingdoms. Of course, people knew that this was only an exaggeration. However, after seeing one kingdom after another rising up against Wuxia, they realized for a second time just how powerful and pervasive this tribe was. Another thing to note was that the tribe had been incredibly quiet the past several days, but in just one night, numerous teeming kingdoms declared war all at once. People could faintly guess something from this. Very good, come then, my butcher's blade is waiting. Bring 10 million, slay 10 million, bring 1 trillion, I'll slay 1 trillion. And as for the Immaculate Expanse and the Extreme Yang School, there's no need to hide any longer, my blade is anxious to have its fill of your blood. Wuxia's response was also quite fierce. Insufferable little Xia, our Immaculate Expanse vows to never give up until you die. The Expanse responded without any reservation. Human child, even if you prepare an inferno of blades, the greatest of formations, our Extreme Yang School will still annihilate you completely. The Extreme Yang School sent out their answer as well. Count our Ophidian tribe in as well. Another enemy of Wuxia released a message. And my dual pupils sect. The sect master of this lineage also sent out a strong message, kill Wuxia to rid the heaven spirit world of his evil. Very well, the nobodies want to play too. I don't mind more debts, all of you can come, little children. Your grandfather will be waiting for you at Peacock Land. Wuxia's laughter resounded across the ocean with an incomparably arrogant tone. Such an overbearing attitude left many people dumbfounded. Someone murmured, this is how a man should be. Challenging the entire world with one's own strength. Even if he dies, his life would still have been full of glory. Rumble. On this day, huge waves were thrown into the sky and blotted out the sun. The entire Jade Sea was shaking because of this. The horizon turned white after loud explosions due to the monstrous waves being pushed up. If one had a high vantage point to look down from, they would definitely be rewarded with a majestic scene. Peacock Land was the area of the world's focus. Hordes of teeming fish came from all directions. Each legion had a different system and formation as they surged for this place. The countless kingdoms had mobilized at the same time with billions of fish in their armies. In both the sky and the ocean, only teeming fish could be found. There was no end to them, their ranks spanning as far as the eyes could see. Anywhere that light could reach was occupied by fish. The troops of this tribe from all over the world gathered to form a mighty army. Oh mommy, the teeming fish are using all of their forces. Many people nearly wet their pants after seeing this lineup. Those who came for the treasures no longer dared to linger behind and quickly ran away from this land of turmoil. Damn humans! Some of the human cultivators who were already here wanted to escape. However, the perimeter of Peacock Land was completely sealed by the teeming fish. These fleeing cultivators suffered attacks right away. Even though they were quite strong, they still couldn't escape death, for they faced billions of teeming fish. With miserable screams, they were instantly eaten by them. Not even traces of their bones were left behind. They died full of regret for not listening to Wuxia earlier. If they had left as soon as possible, they wouldn't have attracted this fatal disaster, resulting in a death without a burial. Take out the heavenly mirrors. Many lineages were worried about this grand event. No one apart from top experts dared to personally come and watch. The majority of the lineages didn't want to miss this unique battle, so they didn't mind wasting refined jades to activate their heavenly mirrors. Through the mirrors, they could watch the battlefield full of teeming fish. Fish heads were bobbing back and forth. The ferocious army was armed with tridents and harpoons. The glint of their weapons illuminated the whole sea. This was not a friendly sight for cowards to watch. Even the sect masters and royal lords were creeped out by this. The billion-strong army could tear through everything. Just a few bites from each of the soldiers could destroy an entire great power. Messing with the teeming fish is like playing with a hornet's nest. A sect master murmured while breaking out in cold sweat. Another royal lord commented with anxiety, who would want to provoke these vicious fish alone outside of sea gods, tree fathers, and immortal emperors? They aren't only trying to kill Wuxia for revenge this time. This is a showing of their military might, deterring the world by showing their frightening strength, lest others want to suffer the fate of genocide. An ancestor was quite discerning. In fact, a few older ancestors knew this full well, especially those from experienced lineages like the Golden Isle or the Void Imperfection 3 schools. They had been around for too long. Wuxia had dealt a great blow to the teeming fish to the point of trampling on their reputation and prestige. Eating dragon tendons publicly was humiliating to this tribe, but now, he even massacred 1,000,000 fish and killed the symbol of their race, their tribe master. This was shaking the very foundation and status of their tribe in the heaven spirit world. If they didn't kill him today, they would never be able to regain their fierce reputation. Perhaps the world would start to think that they were easily bullied. Many lineages would want to seize their territories and people would want to eat dragon tendons. Because of this, the tribe had united and managed to muster billions of troops. This was not only to kill Wuxia, but also to show off their might and solidarity as a deterrent measure. Provoke them and face genocide. The teeming experts crowded the sky and the sea. The terrifying experts up there were all in human form. These old men were dressed in gold and wore regal clothing since they were high elders and kings. There was no lack of virtuous paragons here. Of course, it was difficult to find a god monarch in the teeming tribe. The fish were quite weak in terms of cultivation. Not to mention charming spirits, they were very far behind compared to even ordinary sea demons. However, due to their large population, they still had quite a few virtuous paragons. The hard part was to have one of these paragons reach the god monarch level. Despite the exaggeration in the rhetoric regarding their numbers, the mass ahead was indeed too immense. No other lineage could gather so many children. This magnificent scene was something only the teeming fish could produce. Eventually, their kingdoms finished gathering their troops. At this time, the Ophidian Traiance and Dual Pupils sect along with another dozen lineages had aggregated to form an alliance with the teeming fish to assault Peacock Land. Chapter 12:19, The Teeming Fish on the Offensive. Boom. The billions of fish attacking Peacock Land created a spectacular scene. Just the tidal waves rushing to the sky had an unstoppable momentum. Anyone would be aghast since the entire Jade Sea was quaking from their advance. Eventually, they stopped right outside the circle drawn by Wuxia since they knew of the terrible trap waiting inside. The army looked at the millions of fish bones hanging in the sky and their fury rose uncontrollably. From foot soldiers all the way to fish kings, all reddened with rage and wanted nothing more than to tear Wuxia apart. A teeming king screamed, "We shall never return to our kingdoms before killing that little beast. Yes. Never return until we kill his 10 clans as well." The shouts of these fish echoed to the sky. Meanwhile, Wuxia was still sitting at the base of the peacock tree. He lazily stood up to look at the horde and revealed a gentle smile. "I have always been a merciful and peace-loving person, so I shall grant all of you one last chance. Immediately scurry back to your homes like good little fish or I'll kill all of you to the very root." Such words enraged the fish even more. They angrily glared at him with intense murderous intent, more than enough to kill him thousands of times over. "Little beast, today will be your demise." A fish king hovering in the sky shouted, "We'll not only kill you, we'll devour this land as well. But before that, we'll take our time torturing you until you reveal your identity, then we'll finish off your 10 clans." Both the young and old men and women in your clans will cry in agony for the rest of their lives for daring to provoke our tribe's prestige. A group of ants daring to talk about slaughtering a true dragon. Wuxia burst out in laughter. None of you are qualified, not even if you had more people. Is that so? Another fish king snorted. Keep on gloating. You won't be able to do so soon. Through the heavenly mirrors, the spectators were still holding their breaths despite being countless miles away. Gentlemen, please break this formation. A fish king shouted at the horizon in order to call for reinforcements. Bang! A great formation consisting of more than 10 exceedingly powerful charming spirit experts descended from the sky. It was easy to tell that they were at least at the high elder level due to their gray hair. Flames covered them as this grand formation was coming down. This terrifying fire instantly suppressed the area in a frightening fashion. The commanding elder of the extreme Yang school. A sect master recognized the leader through the heavenly mirror. Boom! Flames fell from the sky while bubbles soared from the water. Wuxia's formation immediately attacked the high elders. Activate! The elders shouted together and took out a cauldron. Their formation supported this cauldron, turning it into a gigantic divine cauldron. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang non-stop. This immortal cauldron crazily absorbed the flames from Wuxia's cauldron. Even the bubbles and seawater that had fused with his fire were absorbed, with the remnants falling back into the ocean. A royal lord murmured, Extreme Yang Cauldron, rumored to be a great formation created by a grand completion immortal physique user. Not bad. Wuxia smiled. One could hear a crash followed by loud blasts. Countless laws surged from the sea in the form of gigantic chains. Each of them was as mighty as a mountain range. They tried to lock the Extreme Yang Cauldron. Don't even think about it. At this time, one more great formation appeared in the sky. The clanging of swords reverberated continuously as huge swords flew to the sky like blooming lotuses. With the blooming of these lotuses, the universal laws from the sea became much weaker. Law-evading sword formation. Someone else recognized this formation from the mirror and shouted, "This is the great formation of the Immaculate Expanse." Without a doubt, both the Extreme Yang School and the Immaculate Expanse paid a huge price to utilize their great formations. They wouldn't give up until Wuxia died. An old man inside the sword formation cried out, "Elders, together!" Buzz! Both the cauldron and sword formation exerted their maximum power. First, the cauldron was absorbing the fire from Wuxia's cauldron while the sword law evaded the chains made out of laws. It took all the Grand Tao power away from this technique. Under the two great formations, Wuxia's trap finally shattered since both his fire and chains were cut off. Boom! The formations continued to maintain their highest level of power to suppress this region. In other words, if Wuxia still had more traps or techniques placed here, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Little animal, your trick is just child's play, can't reach the apex. A commanding elder of the Extreme Yang School spoke coldly after seeing the two formations working as planned. A high elder from this sect coldly uttered, "Killing our Immaculate Expanse disciples is deserving of 10,000 deaths. Be damned." At this time, they felt that Wuxia couldn't do anything against the two formations even if he had other means. He was a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be killed. It is too difficult for one person to shake a lineage. Someone murmured while staring at a heavenly mirror. A royal lord said with worry, "The Expanse, the Extreme Yang School, and the teeming fish are quite scary when they are working together. It looks like Wuxia is really pushing them this time." An ancestor lamented, "What a shame, this is a hero. The human race will lose such a good seed. This is what happens when you are too brittle and inflexible." His future was unlimited, but he was too arrogant and made too many enemies at once. This is him walking to his death. Little beast, today will be your funeral. A fish king shouted, "Brothers, rush into Peacock Land. No dangers will deter our advance, we shall devour the entire land and tear this little beast into pieces." Devour the land. Tear the little beast into pieces. The army chanted in unison. Their battle cry shook even the stars in the sky. Endless streams of teeming fish rushed for Peacock Land. At this moment, nothing Wuxia did could deter their determination to destroy him. They were still far from reaching the land itself, but their momentum was already impacting the entire land. Wuxia showed no sign of worry and instead revealed a beaming smile. "That was just for fun, now it is time for the real harvest." Having said that, a buzz resounded. The peacock tree behind him suddenly emitted a blinding light of all kinds of colors. This divine light soared to the sky and overfilled the sky vault. It opened the 9 heavens and derived a timeless primordial chaos. What's happening? This sudden change caught everyone off guard. This light turned into a huge tail. The peacock tree suddenly disappeared from sight. A huge peacock emerged in the sky. Its wings blotted out the sun, suddenly turning the world dark. All that remained was the brilliance of the peacock and its 5 colors. The entire Jade Sea was illuminated by this 5-colored divine light. Whoosh! The peacock spread its tail. In an instant, a truly invincible aura pervaded the entire heaven spirit world. There were no laws or moves, just the spreading of the bird's tail suppressed all living beings. Even powerful paragons and terrifying god monarchs felt that they were mere ants before this invincible aura. They were too fragile and couldn't reach the apex. Buzz! The peacock's tail swept by and the billion teeming fish were suppressed. Both the extreme yang cauldron and the law-evading sword formation were stopped as well. At this moment, neither paragons or the powerful formations could move at all, they were completely pinned down. Even time and space were paused like a painting. Chapter 12:20, Blood refining all the teeming fish. The Jade Sea was obscured by the peacock. It suppressed this entire world, even the top experts were watching this creature in silence. In a forbidden ground, an existence woke up and opened its eyes in the abyss, its dry bones radiating divinity. The majestic bird horrified all invincible existences. This was an unstoppable offense capable of sweeping through everything. The Peacock Tree Father. Someone muttered in a very distant location. At this time, the ancient clans and powerful lineages were nervous with their hair standing on end. Even more lineages activated their heavenly mirrors. Many ancestors felt the impulse to kneel while looking at this scene. The exceedingly strong ancestors from behemoths like the Golden Isle and Void Imperfection 3 schools were astounded as well. A gray-haired ancestor gasped, "Is the Tree Father coming back to life?" The ancestors in this Void Imperfection sect couldn't believe their eyes and murmured, "No chance. Once a Tree Father returns to the earth, it should be irreversible. This is not a resurrection." The Golden Isle was a Tree Father lineage, so they knew much more. An ancestor murmured, "This is the Tree Father showing its spirit. Is it about to extend its life?" They knew that it was prohibitively difficult for a Tree Father to show its spirit. Outside of when their sects were facing imminent doom, they wouldn't show their spirit even when they were about to wither. "I thought I would need to work much harder for the refinement this time. But the extreme yang cauldron and the law-evading sword formation will act as the best alchemy furnace." Wuxia smiled while watching this scene. "Open!" he shouted. With a buzzing noise, this location lit up. The peacock's tail suddenly spun in the air. An incredible thing happened. With sizzles, all of the frozen teeming fish were being erased. Their bodies seemed to be under the grinding of a polishing stone and slowly faded away. They could only watch as inches of their flesh were being removed, they couldn't move or even scream. This terrible scene included the members of the Ophidian tribe, the dual pupils sect, and their allied lineages. Nearly 100,000 disciples from these lineages were slowly being erased. In a short period of time, this process continued across the lowest level of foot soldiers to the top Paragon High Elders. None could escape this fate. Eventually, both the fish and cultivators were ground into pools of blood. This was the most precious thing in their bodies, the blood that contained their longevity. All of these blood pools came together. Just imagine the sheer amount of accumulated blood from a billion fish. It cemented together into a bloody sea. What? Those watching through the mirrors were creeped out and trembled. A billion fish were ended just like this. Bang! The extreme Yang cauldron controlled by more than 10 high elders suddenly lit up. They had lost control of this great formation. Splash! Splash! Crash! At this time, Wuxia took over the extreme Yang cauldron. The inexhaustible amount of blood was being fed to it. The sunfire within turned into a vortex in order to refine the endless amount of blood. During this process, the high elders inside the formation found their bodies slowly melting away. Their fire of life started to burn, and the addition of their blood purified the mass even further. Did you really think that a formation like the extreme Yang cauldron could swallow my cauldron fire? How naive! In this world, nothing is purer than the fire of life when it comes to alchemy refinement. Using your fire to refine and nourish the blood for a second time is truly perfect. Wuxia refined the Say-like blood using the extreme Yang cauldron. Eventually, all of the blood was refined and the sea of blood shrunk into a lake. The extreme Yang cauldron shattered as well. The high elders had become part of the blood, so they were destroyed as well. Splash! Wuxia poured all of the void imperfection water into the law-avoiding sword formation. The high elders from the expanse that set up this formation could only watch themselves being drowned by it. Void imperfection water, the supreme sacred aqua of the charming spirits. Many people were envious to see Wuxia using so much water to drown out the sword formation. They felt that he was being too wasteful. For charming spirits, even a single bottle of this water was extremely precious, but Wuxia ignored all of that. Clank! The high elders had lost control of their sword formation. The formation turned into an incomparably holy giant lotus. This was the ultimate form of this formation, capable of purifying and evading everything. Splash! The void imperfection water turned into a cauldron inside the lotus flower. At this moment, the purifying force of the formation was being pushed to the limit. The recently refined lake of blood was being sucked into this new cauldron. The lotus flower closed its petals and the blood was refined once more. Moreover, the high elders stuck inside felt their fate palaces opening. Their spring of life continuously flowed into the cauldron and was being thoroughly refined. Their blood energy, longevity blood, and Tao force were gathered into their spring of life, and its water continued to pour outside. Their fate ended up being the same as the elders from the extreme Yang school, slowly melting away. Even though this process didn't look that scary, they were being robbed of everything. It drained their entire being and left behind nothing. Using the fire of life to warm the blood and the water of life to purify it, nothing can be better than this. Wuxia smiled while controlling the cauldron. It would have been too cruel if I had to catch dozens of experts to refine them alive into this medicine, right? Unfortunately, you all didn't heed my warning and decided to come seek death by turning yourselves into medicine. The even bigger coincidence is that the extreme Yang cauldron and the law-evading sword formation are quite suitable for medicine creation. The merit laws created by your grand completion immortal physique users consist of unrivaled hardness and peerless softness. Coming here to be part of my medicine creation, what else can I say? Thank you for helping me save a lot of time. Wuxia leisurely explained the process while refining the blood. After seeing this, an ancestor from the Void Imperfection school wondered, is this really a coincidence? Eventually, the lotus flower withered and the blood was tempered once more. At this time, it no longer looked like blood, its appearance was closer to a treasure liquid. It exuded a wondrous light. Earlier, there was a lake of blood, but now this liquid was reduced to the size of a pond. There was primordial chaos lingering inside this pond, as if a world of stars was about to be born within. An entire universe was being gestated. This kind of treasure liquid can really compare to chaos essence. Many people were salivating while looking at this liquid. Even those without a clue still knew how precious it was. This was a liquid refined from 1 billion teeming fish. Its value could only be imagined. Wuxia took out the heaven vine calabash and began to cut it. An ordinary golden liquid poured out from inside, releasing a vibrant force of life. Each drop of this golden liquid contained infinite vigor. He added this golden liquid into the pond. Buzz! The two instantly fused together. At this time, everyone in the Jade Sea could feel a breeze full of exuberant life force hitting them. There seemed to be an extremely vigorous life being born in this pond of water, capable of taking root in the earth. Countless existences in the Jade Sea felt the great vitality being created. Even a dying piece of dry wood would have a second spring. He is actually replenishing the life of the peacock tree so it can live longer. An ancestor was dazed in front of their mirror. They finally understood what Wuxia was trying to do. Countless spectators were astounded, some were moved, and many were silenced. Prior to this, someone had asked what Wuxia was trying to do, and he answered truthfully. At that time, many people mocked and snorted at him. They viewed him with disdain and thought that this fool didn't know his own limits. Chapter 12:21, Life Replenishment. However, in retrospect, the fool was not Wuxia, but them. The most foolish were the teeming fish. Their arrogance and aggressiveness only helped Wuxia in the end. If I could have a share of this vitality, I would be able to live for another generation. An ancestor murmured while feeling the abundant life force permeating through the world. Boom! 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 Thunder sounded in the sky with frantic lightning sparks. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying tribulation formed. This tribulation coalesced and the entire world turned dark as if the end of days was approaching. Each lightning bolt could tear apart this world or blow up an ocean. It formed incredibly quickly. Not to mention ordinary experts, even a god king would be absolutely horrified. They would have to calculate how long they could survive this tribulation. A junior saw this tribulation and felt his legs go soft before murmuring in a daze, "What is that?" "The heavens' punishment." An ancestor slowly explained, "This type of life liquid made from 1 billion existences is a heaven-defying item. It goes against the harmonious order of this world, so the high heavens will definitely not allow for such an item to be created. The liquid itself might be innocent, but the drinkers will be committing a heinous sin." A different disciple asked, "Will the peacock tree be able to withstand this tribulation?" "I don't know." This ancestor gently shook his head, "The stronger the person is, the stronger the heavens' punishment will be. The tree's original form is a tree father, thus it will have an invincible foundation. If it drinks this liquid of life, it will bring about a real heavenly annihilation. If it was someone weaker like a junior, then their seniors or experts could help them surpass this tribulation, but no one apart from an immortal emperor can help a tree father's punishment." Everyone watched their mirrors with bated breaths. They wanted to see whether the tree would drink this pond of valuable liquid or not. Wuxia rushed to the sky after seeing the tribulation. He took out the jade bowl filled with the tears of mortals. At this time, he splashed it on the peacock itself while the peacock absorbed it all. After doing so, the bird emitted a faint brilliance of a crystal-clear shade. Each wisp of light seemed to be stained with tears, as if countless commoners had cried and prayed for its existence. Wuxia shouted while looking at the heaven's punishment, let's get started. Roar! The peacock swallowed all of the treasure water in the pond and disappeared from sight. Next, the peacock tree emerged before everyone again. It was still rooted in the earth. At this time, a green light gushed out from its body. Each strand of green light was full of life. A mighty vitality surged like a storm as these bright strands wove together. The endless life force began to be digested and integrated itself into the tree. Rumble! The punishment from the heavens finally descended. A gigantic lightning bolt came crashing down, capable of splitting the Jade Sea into two or even piercing through it completely. Countless existences in this region fell to the ground due to fear of this tribulation. However, an incredible matter happened. Both the lightning bolts and thunder waves only managed to come within a few feet of the tree before being stopped. It seemed that the bolts were only this long, that this was the extent of the thunder. What's going on? Many people were startled. The peacock tree father is too powerful, even the heaven's punishment can't approach him. The spectators didn't understand what was going on. Eventually, a very ancient forefather noticed a clue and murmured, "It is not that the punishment can't reach it. There is something protecting it that is untouchable, even by the heaven's will. An impregnable law. What kind of law or item can't be shaken even by the will of the high heavens?" A junior was very curious. Wuxia sneered and coldly uttered towards the heaven's punishment, "Will of the high heavens. Damned old heavens, don't forget, there are a few things that even the heavens will can't violate. Many things can be destroyed or concealed, but not the truth observed by the world itself. These are the tears of countless mortals, the love and sympathy for all lives. The heavens will cannot change this. Damned old man, come down yourself if you dare, your will alone cannot change this order." Wuxia mockingly laughed at the incapable heaven's punishment. However, the constant barrage of the punishment failed to make contact. Even the will of the high heavens cannot touch this law. Just what the hell is it? A very ancient ancestor was astounded after seeing this. Wuxia smiled and declared, "Very well, my turn." With that, he opened his fate palace and the pillar of life emerged. At this time, a branch from the peacock tree stretched out and propped behind Wuxia's back. Its five-colored light illuminated his body. A tree appeared behind him like a peacock spreading its beautiful tail. Boom! This pillar of life fiercely penetrated the heaven's punishment. The tribulation responded by sending more lightning bolts straight at Wuxia to tear him apart. However, the five-colored barrier behind him stopped all of the bolts from coming close to him. Even though this barrier was cracked, the peacock tree once again exuded its light to make the barrier whole. This tribulation was aimed at Wuxia, so it was much weaker compared to the previous one. The peacock tree was powerful enough to shield Wuxia. The pillar of life was inside the sea of lightning. Runes emerged from it to form a symbol as it spread its Tao. This was the ancient void rune. Wuxia then relied on it to crazily absorb the lightning and thunder of the tribulation until it ran dry. This is crazy. People watching from their mirrors couldn't believe their eyes. This brat is insane. He is using the peacock tree to help him squeeze out the punishment's power. Since the start of time, how many people actually dared to seize this power for their own? An ancestor applauded this bold action. Everyone was speechless after seeing this. Even though the tree was protecting him from the tribulation, he dared to send his own pillar of life into the punishment itself. Not too many people would dare to take such a risk. Eventually, the lightning slowly disappeared. The thunder died down since the field up in the sky had been sucked dry by Wuxia. Thus, the tribulation vanished. His pillar of life had turned purple. Even though others couldn't see it, they could still feel its power after absorbing enough from the tribulation. A mighty power was now contained within. Once the pillar returned, the spring, tree, and cauldron of life all resonated with each other. The new power of the pillar allowed them to benefit as well. The life origination was melting faster inside his spring of life. The augmentation thanks to the tribulation allowed the spring to become strong enough to dissolve this drop. He recalled his fate palace and sat down at the base of the peacock tree. He closed his eyes and began to rest by channeling his energy. A great risk bears a great harvest. An ancestor muttered, "It doesn't matter whether this human boy is strong or not, he utilized this rare timing to steal the heaven's punishment, so he'll enjoy this great benefit for the rest of his life. He is quite lucky to have been protected by the peacock tree and allowed to obtain the power of the tribulation." A descendant of a great power became quite jealous. "Look, a new branch is forming on the peacock tree." Someone noticed a new development through their heavenly mirror. Many turned to look as well. Sure enough, on top of the old roots of the peacock tree, a new green branch that carried unlimited vitality appeared. A successful life replenishment, this is way too heaven-defying. Even ancestors gasped before this scene. He has actually revived a nearly withered ancestral tree, this is incredible. A dying ancestor enviously spoke, the peacock tree really obtained a rebirth from this. After this, even if it can't live for another lifetime, it can definitely survive another 8 or 10 generations, maybe even longer. Chapter 12:22, The Frightened World. As it was shrouded in a green light, the peacock tree quickly emitted a mist that covered all of Peacock Land. At this time, even heavenly mirrors couldn't see through it, so no one knew what was going on inside. The Jade Sea became silent again, and the same went for the ancestors watching from the distance. What happened today was too shocking. It could even be said that many didn't know how to start talking about it. A blood ceremony of 1 billion teeming fish had incited a heaven's punishment. Ultimately, the peacock tree's life replenishment was successful. It became one of the most incredible miracles across all the eons. Even those who witnessed this miracle with their own eyes couldn't comment on it. Some were very curious about the current state of Peacock Land, but no one dared to step inside, not even to the nearby sea regions. At least this was the case for now because they didn't know the peacock tree's attitude towards outsiders. If it was angry, then regardless of how strong one might be, they would only be seeking death. Thus, the only thing to do was to wait until everything returned to normal before going there. This was an amazing strategy. After a while, an ancestor commented, "Who knows how strong Li Qi's cultivation is?" But this was quite a frightening plan. One would be hard-pressed to top it. But was it really Li Qi's strategy? A big shot was skeptical about this. Many great powers were debating this matter privately. A sea demon ancestor contemplated before speaking, everything was too perfect, there were zero issues. Could a nameless junior actually do something like this? Only an experienced strategist with great vision could pull off something of this caliber. Antagonizing the teeming fish, the extreme Yang school, and the immaculate expanse before sacrificing all of them. Perhaps his choice of these 3 factions was made through careful deliberation. The teeming fish was a ferocious tribe and would definitely seek revenge with their full force. What was more important were their sheer numbers. No other race in the heaven spirit world was more suitable. The extreme Yang school was a hard Yang lineage and also had a great formation, the extreme Yang cauldron. It was the best type of cauldron for blood refinement. Meanwhile, the immaculate expanse was a soft and mild lineage. Their law-evading sword formation was great for tempering the treasure blood. These 3 together were mutually beneficial. There couldn't be such a coincidence, especially when the cauldron and sword formations were taken into account. Such means didn't only involve strategy, but also great knowledge as well as the ability to have absolute control of the situation. Strategy, knowledge, and absolute power were indispensable in this plan. Without any of them, it was impossible to achieve this miracle. Because of this, an ancestor from a treefather's lineage had to ask, can this young junior, who was completely unknown, come up with this type of scheme or have so much insight? The other big shots here were quiet while the other ancestors mused the question. This great scheme must have been concocted by the peacock tree. Only a character like a treefather would be able to come up with this great plan to complete the blood refinement. A mere human junior can't possibly do such a thing. After thinking about it, many felt that this great plan wasn't something a junior could fabricate. In the entire heaven spirit world, no young genius could do so. This was heavily debated by these senior characters. For example, the profound god monarch, the sea shield prince and the swift Dao god most likely didn't have the ability to carry this out. Thus, they concluded that Wuxia was only carrying out the strategy of the peacock tree. He was a blade used in this situation to carry out the terrifying blood refinement. However, there was a problem with this train of thought. Many people knew that once a treefather returned to the earth, it was the same as returning to the origin. They would no longer have their own intelligence, no longer be able to communicate with others. So even if the tree was the one that planned all of this, how did it communicate with Wuxia? There is only one possibility. A great character from another treefather's lineage answered, he must be a controller. Wuxia is the peacock tree's controller, only controllers are able to communicate with ancestral trees. A tree controller, An ancestor murmured, it is very difficult for a treefather's lineage to produce a controller. In the legends, even the Golden Isle only had one controller. No matter what, the peacock tree has carried out the life replenishment successfully. The sect master enviously spoke, Peacock Land has finally been saved. Since this land wasn't destroyed, it remains a treefather's continent. Anyone or any lineage would covet it. Unfortunately, the land has only accepted humans even till this point. It didn't grant entrance to the three great races for millions of years, so only humans settled down at Peacock Land. While others were discussing the great blood refinement, the Void Imperfection 3 schools who had more information was quiet. Compared to the speculating ancestors, they knew who actually did it. However, they didn't wish to discuss certain matters with others. Or rather, they weren't willing to share this crucial information with outsiders. As for someone who was privy to everything, Kong Qinru chose to stay quiet as well by burying this matter deep in her heart. She wouldn't even disclose it to those closest to her. She didn't know how to feel about the whole endeavor. Should she be afraid of Wuxia's awe-inspiring means or sympathize with the death of a billion teeming fish? Perhaps she should be excited about the successful life replenishment. Prior to this, she understood what Wuxia wanted to do from his implicative words, but she still made a choice to help carry out the terrible blood refinement. Like he said, there was no free lunch in this world. There would always be a great price to pay, and it wasn't something that she or the exquisite valley could afford. Some might say that the peacock tree and Wuxia were too cruel by carrying out the blood ceremony. It was a vicious plundering of life. Alas, even more were happy. For many cultivators and sects, the disappearance of a billion teeming fish carried great significance. It meant that the territories of the seas were freed up. This would be a great and long feast for many marine kingdoms and tribes in the upcoming days. An expert stated, since the start of time, supreme experts have always marched through countless bones, so it is no big deal that the peacock tree sacrificed a billion fish for its own life. This is a world of the strong, and the peacock tree stands at the top. Even if it devours all of the teeming fish, it is completely understandable. At this time, the majority believed that this blood ceremony came from the peacock tree. Well, yes, the Jade Sea will be much more peaceful without these teeming fish. More resources have been freed up for the other tribes and lineages. They would have been purged already if it wasn't for their swift reproductive capabilities. Maybe there will be more room for growth out of this. Many sects were applauding this development, no one even thought that it was too drastic. In their opinion, these fish were the locusts of the sea. They crazily multiplied and took up too much room. Many sects had been dissatisfied with them, but they couldn't do anything out of fear of the fish's great numbers. Now, they were refined by the peacock tree and lost around 70 to 80% of their forces. Perhaps in all the corners of the oceans, one would find it difficult to find a lineage unhappy about this development outside of the teeming fish themselves. The truth was that many marine sects and kingdoms had taken swift action to occupy the territories of the teeming fish. In just one night, war raged across the oceans as people vied for resources. Until now, the teeming fish had taken too many territories in the marine regions, so today, outside of capturing resources, various tribes and lineages also wanted revenge since the teeming fish robbed them of it in the past. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.